So given that we've already made people wait for a long time because of the error on our programming and our Zoom links, I think we should start. We're still waiting for people to join, and hopefully as we go through the next few minutes, more participants will get online. I'd like to say a very good morning, good day, good evening to people, and to some people, a very, very early morning across the different time zones that people are participating from. We thank you very, very much for making yourselves available to listen to our sessions for today and tomorrow. So just a quick background as to how we got to this occupational heat symposium. It started out as an intention to do a very short informal training session for occupational medicine registrars in our department. We reached out to our colleagues globally to see who would be interested in participating and teaching our registrars. And we were overwhelmed with the response from our international colleagues. And given the expertise of our facilitators, we decided to open this out to other colleagues in South Africa. We had not realized that we would get such a phenomenal response. We have close to about 800 participants that have registered for the workshop for the next 2 days. So that's an overwhelming response. It's both a recognition of the importance of the topic, the level of desire for people to know more, particularly about how we can protect workers under these hot conditions that we're experiencing almost on a daily basis in different parts of the world. And so, firstly, I'd like to say a very big thank you to all our facilitators. And they come from all different parts of the world. And it was amazing at their almost instant response. Within a period of 2 hours of sending out the invitation, we had 5 international facilitators who were very willing to give off their time to participate in this program. So to all of you, very, very big thank you. And we will introduce you as we go through the day. As I said, a big thank you to the participants for the 2 days. Apologies once again for our error in the scheduling. And I hope that this was not too much of an inconvenience to you. We have about close to 800 participants. We expect there to be quite a few questions and discussions. Just a little bit about the housekeeping. If you have any questions, we would ask you to put this into the Q&A. You're more than welcome to insert any other comments you have into the chat, but we'll endeavor to answer the questions that you formally post on the Q&A. As we start, I would like to say that we will have a slight program change. Prof. Andreas Flores from Greece, unfortunately, was not able to meet with his original schedule at 1 p.m. this afternoon, and has now been switched with Prof. Rebecca Lucas. So Andreas will be joining us at 11, and Rebecca will be switching at to 1 p.m. That was the one minor change. The other housekeeping points for the South African participants that are wanting to get HPCSA CPD points, you will be expected to complete an additional register. A Google Forms link will be sent out on the chat group. You would have to complete 4 different registers across the course of the 2 days if you wish to get the full CPD points for this symposium. So please keep a lookout for that. And those CPD points will, Google Forms will be time controlled. So in order to meet the audit processes of HPCSA. I'm not sure if there's any other matters in housekeeping, but we will keep you posted on that in the chat. I would like to just say quickly that this workshop, as we said, we started out with the intentions of just being a small informal teaching for our registrars, but it's grown to be quite a large group of partners that have joined us in this, and you will see these partners listed here. They're both national from South Africa, that includes the government departments of health, employment, and labor, as well as our national partners, the South African Society for Occupational Medicine, the National Institute for Occupational Health, the Public Health Association of South Africa, as well as our international partners. And this includes the institutions from which each of our facilitators come through. That is the FAME Lab, University of Birmingham, the National University of Singapore, the La Isla Network, and the University of Gothenburg, as well as our first speaker is also the convener or the chair of the Scientific Committee for the International Commission of Occupational Health, for the HEAT Scientific Committee, and she also partners us there. So with that, we now make a start to our first speaker, and that is Dr. Vidhya Venugopal, who's coming through to us from Chennai, India. I think she's in Chennai, India, but that's where her home is anyway, or part of her home. Vidhya is an occupational hygienist, a climate change scientist with over 15 years of specialization and expertise in conducting epidemiological studies, including climate change and heat-related health impacts, particularly heat-related illnesses and other health consequences. She has knowledge and expertise in various research methods, and she has done work in assessing physiological and meteorological indicators for a large group of workers working both in the formal and informal sectors. She has extensive global partnerships working with collaborators in Europe, China, Indonesia, the US, Australia, and we're hoping in soon to be in South Africa as well. Currently, she's working on community and occupational heat action plans and effective heat intervention, collaborating with the NIHR in the UK, as well as directing the Global Health Research Center for Environmental Change and Non-Communicable Diseases. In addition to her research contributions, she's made significant progress in application of her work by creating the Heat Stress Prevention Guide with over 350 enterprises in India. So somebody with extensive experience, not just in research, but in actually putting in interventions to protect the health of workers. But yeah, once again, a big thank you for your time and inputs for today, and we're looking forward to your session. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Rajan, for your nice introduction. Me being the first speaker, I would like to tell the registrants what we plan to do here is we are planning to tell you about the occupational exposures, especially related to heat. And then we are going to speak about some case studies. This is kind of setting a stage for Rebecca Lucas to come and tell you about what actually happens, about what is the pathophysiology. So I'm not going to speak about any of those things. And our FAME laboratory director, Dr. Andreas Flores, he will be speaking about things again. I'm just setting a stage for the whole thing. And then if you have any specific questions, I could still answer you about the pathophysiology or anything, but they're all coming after my presentations. So my case study, when I'm speaking about a steel industry or whatever, what has been done and what kind of results are we looking at? And that can happen in field, it can happen in communities. So that way it will be easier for you to kind of understand what has happened in these case studies, how we did the monitoring. Everything will come later on. So this is mostly like setting a stage for you to understand what's coming after this. Just a second. I'll start sharing my screen right now. Please tell me if you're able to see it. Are you able to see my screen?
Thanks, Vidhya. We can see your screen. If you can just put it into...
Yeah, I'm going to do that, yeah.
Yeah.
So are we good now? Right.
Not yet.
You don't see my full screen?
Right. It's right. You're all set. Good. Great.
You're all set. Okay, fine then. Okay. So again, a very good morning to you all. It's about 1:40 in Chennai, India. And I come from an institution called Sri Ramchandra Institute of Higher Education and Research. And I am a professor here. I teach industrial hygiene. I'm basically industrial hygienist. And that is why I embarked into this issue of heat, because we think it's a very important area for a tropical country like India. And I also direct the NIHR Global Health Research Center for Environmental Change and Non-Communicable Diseases at the Faculty of Public Health in Ramchandra University. We are a medical university, a private medical university, and the university provides a lot of importance and support for people who want to do research. And we have been in this research for the last 15 years, to be precise. Okay, so when we're speaking about occupational exposures, just a second. When you're speaking about occupational exposures, we can refer to any kind of occupational exposure. You're all occupational medicine people, most of you. So it could be physical, it could be chemical, it could be biological, it could be any kind of psychosocial hazard that the workers may encounter during their course of the job. And these exposures can vary widely depending on the type of industry they are working, what kind of job settings, and in the same industry, what kind of specific tasks they are performing. So when this worker is has repeated exposures or he has prolonged exposures, it can lead to a range of health problems, whether it's physical, chemical, biological, it doesn't matter. Similarly, when we are speaking about heat here, because I'm going to speaking mostly only about heat exposures. And why we think it's a major issue. It's like, we are hearing about climate change and heat waves, which has become just a global issue. It's just not only in India, even Africa must be facing the same thing. But let's tell what the major Lancets and other things say about heat. It says the Lancet countdown on health and climate says about 50% increase in heat-related deaths in India. Which demonstrate that that health is at the mercy of fossil fuels, right? So, and between 2000 and 2004, we had an average death of about 20,000 per annum over 65 years because of heat. Now it's increased to about 31,000. Again, this is a number that is a documented number between 2017 to 2021. So it's like almost 1.5 times higher heat-related deaths, and many of them are only documented evidence that we have. So many, which is whatever is undocumented. India is not a country where the health documentation is the best, especially when it happens in rural areas. Many of them don't even recognize that as a heat-related illness, a heat-related death, and then it gets unreported. So this is excluding all the unreported data. So heat is a problem. And then we, especially in India, because all our studies are conducted in India, I'm focusing more on India and not on a global issue. In March 2022, India and Pakistan, we had 30 times more heat waves. It's more likely to have happened because of climate change only. Gujarat reporting the rate of heat ailments highest in India. About 82% of all cases reported in Gujarat. We had about 1,900 of the 2,300 centers upload daily reports on the portal. So now the government of India is focusing more on heat-related issues because of the problem that we already have. And then Gujarat seems to be doing the best in all of this. And when it comes to Maharashtra, again, there was a major rally that happened, and about 13 people died. Because they were in heat and they were not working, they were just sitting in the rally. And about 600 people were admitted in the hospital in 2022 through a heat wave. How many of them are working people? We don't know that yet. Okay. And again, 100 heat-related deaths from Bihar. Most of them were outdoor workers. From Chennai, it's very famous for heat and humidity. So in Chennai, the latest April that we had 41.2 degrees, which was about 7.4 degrees higher. And then construction agriculture, brick industries are highest in and around Chennai area. So we can see that the issue is a major issue right now. So what is the heat challenge in the occupational settings? When it comes to extreme heat, it's very uneven and it has a very significant impact on the vulnerable communities. When we speak about vulnerable communities, I'm speaking about residents, who are in informal communities, who live in slums, and mostly the outdoor workers who are laboring there. And especially those with any pre-existing non-communicable diseases, they are much more vulnerable. And about 1 billion workers are exposed to extreme heat episodes as per International Labour Organization. Most are repeatedly subjected to everyday occupational heat stress. Many of these workers are working on a repeated basis and exposed repeatedly to similar temperature. For example, in Chennai, we have about 6 to 8 months of heat. Now it's November 24th, and the temperature outsides are quite nice, 25, 26 degree. But till about the 1st of November, we had about 30, 34 degree. Yeah, we are talking about November. So imagine between March to November. So that is the largest chunk of the time work happens. In December, when the rains start, probably not so much work in construction or in agriculture, but work is done only during the hottest period of the year. That's exactly what happens here. So again, when it comes to the climate change reports, the IPCC reports and everything, India seems to be much more vulnerable when it comes to because of heat, and lots and lots of economic losses due to heat-related illnesses and deaths in India. So when it comes to labor market, we have, it has been predicted that India will be losing about $673 billion in the next 7 years till 2030. That's a huge economic loss. About 6% of our GDP is going to be lost because of workers not being able to work outside or because of business losses due to heat-related issues. And the increased heat will have a considerable impact on working population, especially who are laboring outside. And there is a boom in agriculture, there is a boom in construction. So if there is a boom in construction, or automatically your brick industry also has to have a boom, and many other things. And India is becoming the export hub for many things, including cashew nuts and stuff like that. So whether it's indoor or outdoor, we are having lots of heat-related issues. And that is one of the reasons we do. When we speak about heat stress, Dr. Andreas, Rebecca, they will speak a lot about exactly what heat stress is, everything. But I am going to be just giving you a bit of it. Usually heat stress is caused by exposures to extreme heat. It could be indoors, it could be outdoors, plus your physical exertion. Okay, so I'm not going to be explaining to you what is an index and everything. It's all coming later. I'm just giving you an idea about what heat stress is. And it occurs when a body is unable to maintain healthy temperature in response to the hot air environment. Any exposure that you have to any temperature, body is going to respond. But when there is an imbalance that happens, that's when you're going to have a negative response to the heat stress that you're going to be exposed to. And where is this exposure coming from? One is from the ambient heat. The ambient heat is any heat that is in the layers of air close to the ground, in surface of bodies of water, and in the ground or a few meters above the surface, primarily through solar energy. But second thing would be radiant energy. Radiant energy can come from the sun through electromagnetic radiation, or radiant energy can be called as a heat energy that is transferred from one body to another. For example, you see the picture of this guy who is working in steel industry, in one of the industries in Tamil Nadu, and you can see the heat being transferred from the furnace to this person. So that also can happen. So indoor workplaces also can have heat exposures through radiant heat. So when we speak about occupational exposures, some industries, there are lots of industry. We are working with about 35 industries in India, but I'm just giving an idea about, like, what are the major sectors, or outdoor sectors, indoor sectors. Like I said, any industry that's involving intense manual labor and high temperature processes will be mostly prone to heat-related issues. And when it comes to indoor sectors, steel industry is one major thing, garment industry, comparatively less, but when it comes to commercial kitchens and foundries, again, the heat is pretty high in these industries. The last picture is a foundry that is in Chennai. And people here, we will come later on and tell you, like, what we found in these people, health-related issues. When it comes to outdoor occupational sectors, we have agriculture, we have construction, we have salt pans, and we also have brick kilns. Like, salt is some salt pan. Recently, we published this paper from salt pans. And then we see major issues with these people. Food industry is another one. And in our case study, I'll also be speaking about what happened when we did in a cashew processing unit, where the heat is also very high because of the furnaces and everything. So where is this exposure coming from? So I'm just going to give a little bit hint about where heat is coming from the agriculture. One is planting, harvesting, irrigation, because people are working at direct sunlight, and additional risks are because of spraying pesticides and fertilizer. All of this involve manual physical workload unless these agricultural places have automation. And most of the agriculture places that we have visited and we have done are not automated. So manual workload is pretty high. And when it comes to heat risks, they have long-term heat exposures because agriculture is not a day thing. People have to be working on a day-to-day basis. And so long-term heat exposure leads to dehydration, sunburn, and probably heat stroke also. And usually agriculture is done in the peak heat periods, so which increases their vulnerability if they have limited access to shade and water. But when it comes to construction, road work, because of the boom in exports and infrastructure development in India, we have a big boom in road work as well, building and structural work. All of these, like when it comes to laying asphalt or paving, again, when building and structural work, welding, masonry, painting, and operating heavy machinery. So we have metro work going on. So people are working outside all the time in the heat. And like I said, the work happens during the most hottest part of the year and not during the coolest part of the year. And that is the nature of the jobs, and that's when it has to be done. So you cannot be doing road work when it's raining. So obviously the heat exposures are going to be high when these workers are working. But when it comes to radiant heat from materials like asphalt and concrete, there is going to be reflection of heat and additional heat from the asphalt. Extended outdoor work exposure and physical exertion intensify the heat risks. Also, insufficient hydration and shade will exacerbate the workers' fatigue, and that could be one of the major reasons for outdoor workers to be exposed to. Next one is salt pans. Like I said, salt pans and brick kilns. Evaporation of the brine to harvest salt in the open pans. Manual raking and piling of salt happens there. And this is not a job that can be automated. We had worked with salt pans in Nicaragua too. And we had found, like, low and middle income countries, most of these work is done in a manual way. When it comes to heat risk, reflective heat from the white salt surfaces and high humidity. They're working in the sea. So high humidity also increases the dehydration and sweating and everything. So that could further worsen your heat stress. When it comes to brick kilns, again, many of them, if it's not automated, manual shaping and drying, firing the bricks in high temperature kilns, that also is a source of heat for them. And intense heat from the kilns can cause like cumulative heat stress because people are working there on day in and day out. Heavy labor because everything is done manually, and lack of, again, adequate cooling. Some of these places cannot have shades. That is a major issue here. So the job nature, it's something like when you are in a steel industry, when you're near a furnace, you cannot have access to air conditioners. Similarly, when you're working, it has to be open field. So because all the bricks are drying there, most of these places are expected to be open also. So it's not only the outdoor workplaces that are going to be affected, it's also the indoor workplaces. But the best example I could give is a commercial kitchen, where you have so much radiant heat that's coming from the pans and pots and everything, where cooking preparation is taking place, frying, grilling, baking, all of them, and of course dishwashing, right? Now, use of steam for the cleaning processes, that also creates a lot of heat. And the heat risk, high temperatures from these ovens, poor ventilation. If these workplaces are not well ventilated, then there will be the heat stress is going to be much more. And if in cooking, people will be moving around so fast, so much physical exertion in all of these. When it comes to the foundry, melting metals, molten materials, hot molds during the post casting process, all of this create heat. And these are all radiant heat as well. So extreme radiant heat from these places, high risk of burns, and even respiratory issues could be additional risk factors. And inadequate, if the ventilation is not good, then automatically the issue is a little bit magnified, and heat stress and heat strains could be the highest. When it comes to garment industry, I'm giving some examples of industries that are a little bit low heat compared to the steel industry. The one on the right is the steel industry. It's a little bit higher than what the foundry was. Smelting, refining steel, rolling, high temperature rollers are used, high temperature furnaces are used, heavy machinery operating. So the mostly issue comes from radiant heat. Though it is covered in the top and you have some kind of solace from that. But again, the radiant heat is so high. And also these workers, I showed you the picture earlier, workers are wearing aluminum overalls. So automatically when you're wearing the heavy protective gear, there is an impediment of evaporative cooling that can happen because from the sweat. The sweat does not evaporate. So your heat stress is going to be increased because of the heavy protective gear. Again, this is something that cannot be avoided. These workers are expected to wear this heavy protective gear to protect themselves from the direct radiant heat. And when it comes to garment industry, it is much less compared to the steel industry. But again, you have sewing and stitching, and there are thousands of machines in the same room. And then they are all heat generating machines, even if it's little. And similarly, ironing and steaming the garments, when that's done in a large scale, it also creates a lot of heat and humidity in the room. These workplaces are overcrowded. And so heat accumulation from this equipments, it's more like a small urban heat island is what there will be islands of heat in these workplaces. And especially if there is poor air circulation because of lack of cross ventilation or general ventilation, then it could be. And again, these people work for extended hours. Many of them work for even 12 hours. When there's targets to be completed, so that fatigue and everything also increases the heat strain. So what usually happens, Dr. Lucas is going to exactly tell you how, what are the steps that will lead to the sequence of heat illnesses. So I don't want to get into her domain and tell you things, but usually what happens is when you have heat related, when you're exposed to heat stress, body will respond to it. Like I said, if there is a difference in the thermal balance, and if the thermal balance is lost, then that condition is called heat strain. When you have a heat strain, your brain activity actually starts to go down. Your cognition kind of goes down. When your brain activity goes down, you'll get heat cramps, you get heat exhaustion. And if the temperature is way too high, then you get even heat stroke. How your cognition goes down, you have a slowed thinking, you feel a little bit drowsy, you feel a little bit confused, delirious, obtuse, and finally coma. That would be the heat stroke. So, like I said, Dr. Lucas and Dr. Andreas Flores will be explaining it in lot. So that is one of the reasons I did not put those slides in my presentation. So just to touch upon what exactly happens, according to WHO, the direct impacts of heat could be it's a spectrum. It's a spectrum of symptoms and illnesses. It could be heat rash, it could be heat exhaustion, heat cramps, heat stroke, heat edema, heat tetany, heat syncope. It could be anything, right? Depending on the level and the vulnerability of the person. So hospitalization, when the person can be hospitalized, especially if they have already they have a comorbidity with respiratory disease, or if they have diabetes or any kind of non-communicable disease. It could also lead to mental health conditions because of heat. Okay, I'm not presenting any of those results here, but somebody else will be speaking about it. And also increased mortality rate. Because of heat, there could be an exacerbation of respiratory diseases. There could be exacerbation of cardiovascular diseases and other chronic diseases, including renal health and mental health. Like I said, I'm not presenting any of the mental health results that we have done, but I will be presenting with you some renal health diseases. It's not only direct impacts, you also have indirect impacts, because you have a loss of cognition or your cognition kind of goes down. There is always an increased risk of accidents at workplaces. So work-related accidents, falls and injuries could happen when a person is heat stressed. And also there is an increased transmission of vector-borne diseases when the temperature is warm and much warmer. And also there will be disruption of infrastructure. For example, there will be power cuts, there will be water, transport, productivity of workers. All of these kind of go down when the heat stress is high. So now I'm going to directly jump into some of the case studies. Which was requested from me for the first presentation, just to set the stage. So what I will be discussing with you is epidemiological study, that large epidemiological study that we have done on heat stress. Next, I will be speaking to you about steel industry, multiple impacts we have seen in steel industry. We have worked extensively with steel industry for the past 6 years, and I'm going to present you the results of multiple impacts we have seen. And then finally, I will speak to you about when I spoke about what could be the impact of heat on renal health, what could be the impact, and indoor workplaces and outdoor work. I'll give you a small example of kidney function in cashew nut industry and salt pan industry. So what we did was we worked with about 35 industries, and then we had about 4,000 workers that we had. So we tried to see who is more at risk. Is it the indoor workers or the outdoor workers, especially in a developing country setting? When I'm saying, why am I calling it as developing country settings? Because most of the heat stress is coming from your heat exposure from outside or from a radiant heat from inside, plus your manual work, lack of automation, lack of ventilation in this workplace, all of these, right? So these things are mostly in the developing country settings. So that's why we looked at that. So we had about 66% males and 34% women, and people who were more than 5 years exposure to heat were about 59%, and women about 55%. Especially in the informal sectors, we find a lot of women working compared to men. And when it comes to age, again, age of years of experience and the age kind of match with each other. So we had 55 and 62% men and women above the age of 40. They have been working and exposed for the last 20 years, more than 20 years in work. And when it comes to the workload, because that is one important thing that I keep telling again, heat stress is just not about exposure to heat. It's about the kind of workload that your metabolic heat that is generated in your body because of the kind of work you're doing. Somebody who's sitting in a shade or not even a shade under sun and not working, if he's hydrated, maybe much better compared to a person who is actually doing some activity under the sun and being hydrated. The one who is doing the activity is going to be more impacted because of the metabolic heat that is generated inside the body. So in our group, we found about 58 to 61% of these workers, both men and women, having heavy workload, means lack of automation in these workplaces. So when we did a survey, and then we found out self-reported HRI symptoms and what are the physiological changes that they have. When I spoke about heat strain, what are the physiological changes that we saw in these people? So when you're looking at, and we divided them into outdoor and indoor workers, about 2,200 outdoor workers and about 7,855 indoor workers. So when we looked at their measured physiological strain, we found about 42% of these workers had reported, outdoor workers had reported, we measured it actually. We measured the heart rate, we measured the core body temperature, we measured the urinary specific gravity. We found about 42% of them had measured physiological heat strain, and 36% of them had from the indoor. So when you actually see, the difference is not much high. One of the reasons could be a bias in our picking the industries, because we go and work with workers who are working in high heat environments. So the key message that I want to pass is, in a tropical country setting, if the ventilation is not good, the interventions are not very good, then you would see that even indoor workers are not as protected compared to the outdoor workers, though the outdoor workers have much more higher risk. When it comes to the EGFR, which is an indicator of kidney function of this person, we found outdoor workers had 48% kidney function loss compared to indoor workers who had about 32% loss. But when it comes to the self-reported symptoms, about 93% of the outdoor workers said that they had self-reported, they had HRAs, compared to 89% in the indoor workers work. And when it comes to productivity loss, again, outdoor workers did not fare so well. 20% of them said that yes, they were not able to work better or work well in heat, and about 6% of the indoor workers. The issue with indoor workers could be, this could be also a little bit of a false negative, because many of these workplaces, they do not want to report that they're not able to work well because of the fear of losing their jobs and other things. And when we saw, just as an example, this would kind of make you understand in salt pans, agriculture, brick making, stone quarry. These are the four industries that I am showing. These are all outdoor workplaces. You can clearly see what is happening in these workplaces when we actually went and measured their core body temperature and heart rates. You can very clearly see that the core body temperature at 9:30 compared to what it was at 1 o'clock. You can see an steep increase in all of these workplaces. When it comes to stone quarry, has the highest physical activity, because they are breaking the stones with some tools in their hand, not drilling or anything, and it is extremely hot in those workplaces. Next comes to brick making. Can you see the mark that clearly says 1.3 degree higher, and the safe limit is 1 degree. The safe limit is 1 degree. So you can say anybody who has 1 degree, more than 1 degree higher core body temperature between pre and post, or at a risk of heat strain. And about 11% of the workers had heat strain. When it comes to heart rate, more than 100 BPM, 10% of these workers have it. And when the core body temperature increases, automatically your heart rate also increases. This is for indoor workers. I spoke to you about the commercial kitchen where the temperatures are extremely high. People are preparing food for about 500, 700 people for weddings and stuff like that. Radiant heat is very, very high. Manual work is also very, very high. You can very clearly see that there is again a steep increase in the core body temperatures, and the master cook probably has the highest compared to, but again, about 10%. It is not very different from outdoors too. Outdoors was 11%, here it's 10%. But when we saw the heart rates, it was about 16% high. 16% higher, which is again higher than what we saw in those places. Here, the chances of self-pacing is almost negligible because of the targets that they have to complete. So the heart rate was also very high. They were moving so fast in the workplaces to complete their targets. So who are the at-risk population? We have done some analysis and found out even after adjusting for all the confounders like age, any comorbidities, any other confounding factors, gender, we found that outdoor workers are more at risk. Heavy workers with heavy workload are more at risk, and informal workers who are in not in an industry, or they are not regulated by safe laws, government laws, labor laws, or more at risk. And again, workers definitely are more at risk during summer. And male workers in our cohort, we found out, were more at risk because of the higher manual work they do compared to the female workers. And when it comes to heat strain indicators, we found again outdoor workers had more. Kidney health again was higher in. The top line is the ones who are more at risk compared to, these are the reference groups that we had used. Productivity loss again we found very high to be very high in all the people, outdoor workers doing heavy manual work, who work in informal sectors, and summer was the worst time for productivity loss as well, and again, male workers. So about 1.3 times higher risk of heat strain symptoms and HRI symptoms. Kidney health was about 2.3 times high among the outdoor workers. Productivity loss again was high among the risk of productivity loss also was 1.4 fold higher for the outdoor workers. When it comes to kidney health, we were able to collect blood from about 1,500 people in this cohort. And then this is a chronic kidney condition where the kidney function goes down with time. And then we found about 80% of them were in stage 1, which is kind of normal. And then we had 45% of these workers that we looked at, 1,500 workers, 45% of them had a mild loss of kidney function. So we can see the red bar shows how many people were above the threshold limit values. Again, the next speakers will speak more about what is the threshold limit value, all of this. So I'm just giving you some idea. Next, when it comes to 8% of these people were in the above TLV group. You might question why, like, you have 24% of these people in below TLV. The reason is many of these workers at this stage will not be able to come to work unless they have no other go. Many of these people actually drop out when they are in stage 3, 59 to 40. Many of them get into dialysis, or they leave the jobs and go. Similarly, we found this person in Stone Quarry. And after doing dialysis, he would come back to work because, like, he had to take his paycheck home. So these things could happen. And exposed population 48%, 48.7%, unexposed 27.4%. So there is a clear difference, and also with statistically significant results we have. But when it comes to acute conditions, this is something chronic condition. The kidney function will decline over a period. But if you want to actually see if heat is a problem, we actually see there is an acute thing called cross shift changes. We take the blood sample of this person in the morning before he starts work, and in the evening when he finishes his shift after 8 hours or 9 hours. And then we take the blood again. And if you see the difference, 12% of them had something called acute kidney injury. There will be a difference between the morning and evening. And the evening, the serum creatinine is much, much worse compared to what the morning results were. So the key findings from this: exposure, 65.2% of the workers were working above the safe limits, and 34.8% of the workers were working above TLVs in the summer months. And when it comes to self-reported, 92.5% were giving heat strain symptoms, and we found that 15% reported productivity losses, and measured physiological changes were about 43.4%, which was higher in summer, especially for workers with heavy workload. 49% prevalence of renal health issues among these workers. Women health, because of lack of sanitation and toilet facilities, 32% of women had issues. And we also found, among this cohort, we also have women who were pregnant. And we found that the risk of adverse pregnancy outcomes was about 2.3 times higher for women who were exposed to heat compared to women who were not working exposed to heat. So I have not brought that case study here. I think we discussed that earlier once with this group. So I have not taken results from them. So who are the vulnerable groups? Like I said, it's informal workers who are performing a heavy workload, especially outdoors. So like I said, when I spoke to you, one large case study where we can speak about what are the multiple things that happen. So in a steel industry, like I said, we worked with the steel industry for about 6 years. Okay. And then I will explain to you exactly what we did in this case study. We had high heat zones. We selected high heat zones where, like example, furnace areas, slack pushing area, bar rolling area. These are all areas where the heat is extremely high. And then we also selected some low heat zones in the same industry where there is no radiant heat, the control room, they are well protected. The housekeeping, the warehouse area where the heat is pretty low compared to the other areas. So we compared these two areas. So we went to the steel industry, we got the Institutional Ethical Committee permissions. We also did from the procured the permissions from the management. We did a walkthrough to find out which is a high heat zone and a low heat zone. We also profiled the workplace heat exposures using the right kind of equipment. And I will be speaking about what kind of equipment we used in a later presentation that's coming today again. So we found that 280 workers are exposed, means above TLV limits in a high heat zone. And in the low heat zone, we had about 175 workers. We did a preliminary screening. The reason we wanted a preliminary screening, a person who is exposed to heat and has some health condition, any comorbid health condition, would have a different kind of exposure compared to a person, different kind of effect on them compared to a person who doesn't have it. So we excluded workers who had diabetes, hypertension, or who were under any other medications. And sorry, this is not 3 years. Sorry, they should be about 18 years. Okay. And the study participants, like I said, they were finally we ended up with 340 workers. Exposed were 220 and unexposed workers were 120. So we'd assess their physiological changes. Like I said, when they are exposed to, we did the area measurements, the personal measurements, heat measurements. We also did the physiological changes in them, where how their heart rate was changing, how their core body temperature was changing, how their sweat rate was changing, and everything. Okay, today evening, a little bit later, I will be explaining to you how we do all these measurements as well. And so we also did clinical judgment, referral by a qualified occupational health person. And then we did a diagnosis of bladder, urethral, or kidney-related anomalies for 91 persons. I will also present those results. And finally, we gave a recommendation to the management saying what has to be done for these workers. So, like I said, one of the things that can happen for workers who are exposed to high radiant heat, who have high sweat rates and who are dehydrated, one classical example is from this steel industry, is renal calculi, or you can call it as kidney stones. So we found that actually by chance, when we did this scanning, we found about 91 of this work. No, when we did the screening, we found about 91 of these workers whom we had worked with, the 340 workers, had reported things related to kidney. So then what we did is 91 of these workers were subjected to renal ultrasound. And again, of course, with the help of an occupational health physician, about 33% of them had positive results for some kind of renal anomalies. Could be cystic kidney urethral stones, or urethral structure was the findings that we had. Of the 30 workers, 25 of the workers were diagnosed with renal stones. So this is actually a pretty high number. And most of these workers were working in hot zones. So we had their temperatures, we had their ultrasounds, and then we found out people who are working in very, very hot zones had kidney stones. So the prevalence was about 9% in the total 91 workers that we looked at. But when we are actually looking at this 30 people, 25% or 25 of them were working. So the percentage, when we look at who was more impacted among those who had 25, I mean the high percentage were working in the hot zones. When it comes to the health, the heat-related illnesses, kidney stones was a bigger issue. So when it comes to heat-related illnesses, again, we found about different sections. When you the study locations where these workers were selected, various locations inside the industry, and we found adverse kidney symptoms again being high in locations where the heat was very, very high, including the CO, which is the coke oven, where I showed pictures earlier, where the radiant heat was extremely high. And this also corroborated very well with the self-reported dehydration symptoms also. And we have also given the average WBGTs in these areas. And what is WBGT? Why is it used? All of that will come in later presentations. So you can very clearly see workers who are working in high heat zones had more self-reported symptoms also. So when you're comparing the self-reported and physiological state symptoms between, so do they actually corroborate? That's what we are trying to see. So we did some statistical analysis, and we found there is definitely difference between these groups. For example, dehydration and excessive thirst. You can see there is a difference between the unexposed work. Simple t-test that we did clearly shows that there is a difference between these two groups. And urinary specific gravity, if somebody says, and rise in core body temperature too, all of this kind of directed us to say that people who are working, who are heat exposed, have much higher risk of other issues also. So, and another important thing that we also did was one of my PhD students did some study on DNA damage. So it is just not the heat-related illnesses and the kidney issues and your heat strain, but also something bigger is happening because of the very, very high temperatures in these places. So what he did was he tried to collect the blood samples. We did collect blood samples. He started doing the DNA testing with the permissions from these workers after getting informed consent, after getting our institution ethical committee clearance, after also getting the management's permissions to continue with the study. So what he did was he did the micronuclear frequency in these workers who are exposed to high heat and low heat. And 120 workers were taken from the steel industry. And then the preliminary data, we also had done some studies with agriculture, brick and construction, but steel, we found the DNA damage was highest in the exposed workers. So you can very clearly see, this is from the steel industry. The data is from the steel industry. And you can see the DNA damage, which is the micronuclear frequency. Workers who were exposed to less than 27.5 degree had, there was a micronuclear degeneration that was happening. About 44 people. The workers who are exposed to 27 to 30 degree WBGT, called medium heat exposed workers, had 34 times higher risk compared to the workers who are in low heat. When it comes to greater than 30 degrees, we had 81 times higher risk of DNA damage compared to the workers who had low heat exposures. It is less heat exposure. In fact, they do have heat exposures, but it is less than the safe TLV limits. And when we did these studies, we also adjusted for any other DNA damage, any other risk factor that could lead to DNA damage, such as smoking, alcohol, how many years they have been exposed to all of these also. So on the right side, you can see some of the pictures that I have shown from his thesis. Some of them are unexposed samples and some are exposed samples. You can see these are called the micronuclei because they kind of break away because of the heat, and that is called the micronuclei. And it is just this, these were samples that were read in a microscope by my student. But we also did it in a metaphor system. It's a state-of-art system that has absolutely no bias. And then it is like, there is no human intervention in this. You just put the slides and it gives you the results. Of course, through a very complex mechanism, we can very, very clearly see that the micronuclei is very, very much evident in workplaces where the heat is pretty high. These are all the control samples that were taken from areas that had the housekeeping staff, people who were working in the warehouse, people who were working in the administrative sections. So it clearly corroborates, like we were adding one piece over the other to kind of tell, yes, this puzzle is solved, and yes, people who are exposed to very, very high heat, even DNA damage can happen. This paper is also published. So if you want to look at the logistic regression, the results, I have already put in a visual form, but you can see that these were all adjusted. And like I said, this paper is also published if you want to go back and look at more information from this. And when you look at the DNA damage factor, we find workers who are exposed to more than 10 years, because DNA damage is something that doesn't happen over a day. So people who are exposed to more than 10 years, which also adds to the age, people who are like started working, let us say at 20, after 10 years, the DNA damage level was pretty high. People who had more than 10 years of exposure to heat had about 30 times higher risk compared to workers who had less than 10 years. They also had the risk, but this was much higher. Similarly, workers who are with age, like they had 16.5 times higher risk of DNA damage compared to workers less than 10 years. Less than 30 years of age, but they still had a higher risk compared to unexposed workers. We also looked at the heat shock proteins, which is secreted when a body is stressed. Okay, so usually it is done with gene expression. The gene expression is usually upregulated when things are fine. It is also down-regulated when things are under stress. So when you can very clearly say in the exposed group, we could say that's much, much down-regulated. And you can very clearly see that the HSP levels where the threshold levels where when the much, much low means it is trying to go and set the insult that was created by heat. But whether in the unexposed group, you can see that it is actually upregulated, means it is these people are much more exposed, and their conditions are, when it comes to HSP, is much more serious. So I will be finishing soon. So when we're speaking about steel industry is an extreme case. I very clearly think steel industry is an extreme case, and that is one of the reasons we are working with the steel industry, because workers are exposed in a very serious manner there, and recommendations, we have given recommendations to those industries, and they are also seriously taking it. Some of them has been implemented as well. But when it comes to two industries, salt pans and cashew nut industry, cashew nut processing is a major livelihood for people who are living near certain areas. One area is in Tamil Nadu, which is called Kadalur, and the whole belt, which is a coastal belt, has cashew nut industries, and we did some studies with them. We worked with about 262 cashew nut workers. You can clearly see here cashew nut working is happening here. And we also worked with about 304, because it's a coastal zone, we also worked with salt pan workers. And India is the second largest salt producer. And Tamil Nadu is at its sixth in India. So we have a lot of workers who are living in these, having salt panning and cashew nut as their livelihoods. So it was a cross-sectional study. We just wanted to see if, and they are non-agricultural workers. Usually what happens is, because of the studies that were done in Latin American countries and in Central American countries, it was termed that kidney issues are happening only among agricultural workers, because that's where the study started. So we from our studies, we found that it's not only happening in agricultural workers, it's also happening in other places where heat is an issue. So it is not about the kind of job that you're doing, it's about the kind of exposure that you're having, right? So we did a cross-sectional study, and we measured estimated glomerular filtration rate, which is an indication of kidney function. So for that, we need to get a serum creatinine pre and post. We did the heart rates, urine specific gravity, we did the sweat rates, we did the environmental measurements like the wet bulb globe temperature and core body temperatures again, and heat strain indicator. But apart from that, we also spoke to them about any kind of symptoms that they had, whether they had any pre-existing comorbidities and all of that. And we had about 53% of these workers were female males, and 47% of them were females. So what we saw was like they were exposed to very high workplace temperatures, and they had heat strain, dehydration. In addition, low EGFR, which indicates probable chronic kidney disease of unknown etiology. This is what we saw. About 87% of these workers, of the salt pan workers, had exposures higher than TLVs. 65% had in the cashew nut processing units. Same thing, heavy workload was higher in salt pans compared to the cashew nut processing. And 90% of them reported excessive thirst, sweating, headache, nausea, vomiting, and dizziness. Cross-shift changes, like I said, from morning to evening, cross-shift changes of core body temperature, which is one of the most important factors when it comes to heat strain, was highest in cashew nut factories compared to salt pan. We might be wondering why it's happening. It's because these people were not able to self-pace, because it's an industry. They had to continue working in spite of whether they're feeling tired or not. But these salt pan workers had some flexibility in actually self-pacing a little bit. When it comes to sweat rate, again, it was highest in cashew nut processing units. Again, EGFR, which is the kidney function, was highest in cashew nut processing unit. Urine specific gravity, again, it was highest. So all these indicators kind of tell your heat exposure. It was an indoor factory with less ventilation. and then people were not allowed to self-pace. It was very difficult. So cashew nut practice in the cashew nut processing units, the risk was 3.5 times higher for workers who were, and they had different sections too. So we had a control group in their own factory. We found 3.5 times higher risk of kidney disease. And when it comes to salt pan, we found about 2.9 times. So the risk is higher anyway for workers who are exposed to high heat and heavy workload. Cashew nut workers, like the results given in a larger way. You could see that it wasn't done in Cuddalore, about 27% prevalence of dehydration, 95% reported heat strain symptoms, 35.7% heat strain indicators we found, and 14% of these workers had low EGFR. So something must be done. I'm not going to go too much into it. There are other people, Mr. Jason Glaser, he's going to speak to you about interventions and everything. But what were the things that has to be done? Just an overview I'm giving. One thing is definitely management. Was some of the things that we did with the industry was, the number of increase the number of workers in each task. Provide source of cold water or cool water, educate workers on heat stress, implement acclimatization is something that these are some of the things that we had given to the steel industry. Worker, we did some training, how to recognize their own signs and symptoms of heat, report the symptoms, self-monitor and take adequate breaks wherever possible. Because it's an industry, self-pacing, sometimes it would not be a problem. That is why we said they should increase the number of workers so that they can swap and start working in low workload jobs as well. Wear light breathable clothing wherever possible. And even we said that the workers who are wearing this heavy aluminum thing, they need to have half an hour break. They can work only 50% of the time in an hour. So they will get a break from the heat and from the heavy protective gear as well. They should follow the work rest cycles. This is something that again will come in the future presentations. Respect the acclimatization schedule. Acclimatization is something that is done for workers who are new. Usually they are given breaks, more breaks. It's something like you set them slowly to this pace of pace of work and the heat. So first day it's like no more than 20%, and then increasing slowly by usually in the industry they take about 7 days to get a worker acclimatized. So first day they get exposed only for 20% of the time to heat and then not. And then the next day they increase the time, something like that they do. So that is called heat exposure. And if the worker leaves and comes back again, he's on leave for a month, they have to do the acclimatization again. So those are the things. And again, for hydration is one of the, because you're losing water by sweat, and then you need to be hydrated. So we had given them a regime about how they have to hydrate themselves. Again, hydration is something that Dr. Lucas and Dr. Flores will speak more about. Some general control measures: avoid working directly in the heat source or under extreme hot conditions when possible. We are talking about workers, so they have to continue working. Appropriate personal protective equipment. And again, many of these construction workers, you see, they are wearing like non-breathable PPEs. So that would increase their heat stress. Body and extremity immersion in cold water. Actually splashing even water on their faces, wet clothes around, something that is possible in a construction site or in an agriculture site is something. But one of the things that we also did is in the steel industry is actually have running water, which is very, very cheap. They had troughs of water where these workers, after exposure to heat, could go and actually immerse their hands and legs. That and some of them were wearing shoes, but during lunchtime and everything they would go. But hands is something they would go, and their core body temperature actually went down. We have not published this data yet, so we need more number of workers to actually have the power to publish these kind of data. So those are things that really work. Work schedules, that's again will be discussed later. Proper ventilation was another important thing. So they had put some exhaust fans and everything more. So that way you are also protecting the workers from dust and other things also. And where possible, automation, because one of the major factors when it comes to heat is you will be it is just not your heat, but also the heavy workload. So if you can reduce these two, then automatically your exposure also goes down. Adequate water intake and clean water must be made available near the workplace where this worker is working. Toilet facilities, you drink water, you need to use a toilet. So access to toilet was one of the important things. And uniforms, we requested them to make, they had dark colors. So no black, light blue, lighter colors that could actually reflect your heat and not absorb the heat. Water resistant shade. Water resistant shade is a domain that Jason Glaser and Dr. Flores are experts in that. They have done their studies. They will be presenting the results, and they will be telling like how simple but still effective they are. So I'm not going to be speaking too much about this. We definitely need the heat. Yeah, we are done. This is my last slide. Thank you very much.
Vidhya, thank you very, very much for that. Sorry to be a little bit pushy, but Andreas has got to catch a flight, so we needed to get him onto the stage as quickly as possible. That was an excellent presentation, an excellent sort of overview of all the issues that we need to be considering, and I really appreciate that. We will just put a couple of questions to you, and then we can maybe then take up some more discussion in your later session.
Definitely.
Yeah. So there was one question here. People wanting Casper is wanting to know the difference between men and women in terms of heat stress is multifactorial. Is this because of body habitus, type of work, etc.? What is your thought on that? Why is the risk different?
See, from our observations here, like we had done the same set of tests for both the men and women. But what we thought was, at least because of the cultural settings in India, women in construction sector or in agriculture is fine, but construction sector and in steel industries, there were less women, more men. When it comes to construction sector, women are not given as heavy work compared to what the men do. Same thing with the brick industry also. We found women not doing as much heavy workload. Some of them had heavy workload, but about, let us say, 60% of them have moderate workload. So automatically your heat stress levels go a little bit down. But even that heat stress level, like in our pregnancy cohort study, we found even that was affecting these women. So I personally think it is not because of the body or the physiology, but I personally think it's because of the kind of heavy workload that men were doing that we in our study cohort, we found them to be more affected, including the kidney disease part.
Okay. Thanks very much for that.
Your question? Yeah.
Thanks very much, Vidhya. There are a couple of questions that are very specific to the research projects. I'm not going to read them out or ask you to answer them now. Paul Cullinan, Paul, welcome and thanks for your question. Paul, Vidhya is going to be coming back a little later in the session for further presentations, and either she will try to answer your questions online, or we can do it in the next session. And the same with Casper for your specific question on the salt pan cashew workers study. I need to once again say very big thank you to Vidhya for that excellent presentation. But we need to move on now to Andreas. As I said, we have a excellent group of facilitators here, but all of them are on very tight schedule. So we're sincerely appreciative of their inputs and their time, and I want to make sure we don't abuse their availability. So without further ado, I'm going to now turn over to Prof. Andreas Flores. He is a professor of physiology at the University of Thessaly, the Department of Exercise and Science in Greece. He's a visiting professor in the Faculty of Health Sciences at the University of Ottawa, Canada. And at the University of Thessaly, he's also the chair of the graduate program, Military Fitness and Wellbeing. He serves as an external advisory board member for the Department of Biosystems at KU Leuven in Belgium. For over 15 years, he has advised governments and international organizations, including the WHO, the ILO, the World Meteorological Organization, and others on the effects of climate change and the environmental practice on health, productivity, impact assessment, and risk communication. And as we all know, we've all come across his work. He has published widely on these topics, participated in many national and international projects. He's a member of the Advisory Committee on Safety and Health at Work, advising the Council of the European Union and the European Commission on various impacts. The member of the working group tasked to develop and test prevention measures to reduce occupational heat stress for the Greek Ministry of Labour, as well as a member of the Climate Change Impact Study Committee formed by the Bank of Greece. So with that, we're going to now hand over to Andreas for his presentation on the health effects of heat exposure. Andreas, over to you.
Thank you so much, Jen. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Maybe try to follow as well as I can Vidhya's presentation, which was excellent and very comprehensive. My talk, and given the title that I was asked to follow, talks mostly about the health effects per se of heat, whether it is on work, during exercise, during passive life at work, at home. And then towards the end, I will circle back to what Vidhya mostly talked about, the effects during work. So to go back and also to link also to the following presentation by Becky Lucas, I will not focus that much on the physiology because she will be the one to cover those. I will briefly, very superficially, talk about a few things so that to give enough context so that people can follow the presentation on the health effects. So it is important to understand that from a thermoregulatory point of view, our core temperature varies throughout the body. Most people think that our body has a temperature of 36.6 or 37 degrees Celsius, but this is not the case. Everywhere we measure it, it is different. And especially as we go deep inside is mostly around 36.5 to 37.5. But of course, on the surface of it, the more we go away from the core of the body, the more the temperature drops. So, for example, the temperature of our feet and our toes is typically around 30, 29, 31 degrees Celsius, and our inner core is much higher than that, especially in cold environments. Whereas if we're in a hot environment, it's a lot more homogeneous because we vasodilate, we send a lot of blood to the skin, to the periphery, to get rid of heat. And as a result, our body is more homogeneous in terms of temperature. So from a thermoregulatory perspective, we separate the body into two main components: the core of the body, which is the red part that you see in these graphs, and the outer shell, which is the other regions of the body. So the core includes the main organs, the central nervous system, the intrathoracic organs, the abdominal area, the muscles of the chest and the abdomen, whereas the core includes everything else. And the shell. So, and in the core, because these organs are not so well tolerating changes in body temperature, the biochemical reactions that are happening in in these tissues are not so well tolerating changing in temperature, our body is trying to regulate very closely what happens in the core. On the other hand, the outer shell is a lot more tolerant to change in heat, also a lot more tolerant to changes in blood flow. So therefore, our body allows it to drop sometimes if needed to protect the core. So the skin temperature can vary between 20 and 40 degrees Celsius without any kind of damage. Of course, if this happens for not so prolonged periods of time. So first of all, it's important to realize that it's not one single temperature in our body, but also it's not one temperature across time. Our body temperature changes across time due to different factors. Number one being our diurnal variation. So as you can see here, the temperature fluctuates between 36.5 to 37.5, of course, on average, and on the average person during the day. And this is mainly because of metabolism and because of diet-induced thermogenesis. So because during the day we're a lot more active and our muscles produce a lot more heat, and we will talk about that in a bit. And also we digest a lot of food. As a result, our body temperature increases slightly. And during the night, because our metabolism slows down, we have a bit of a reduction. So therefore, if you measure temperature throughout the day, you'll have these normal fluctuations. Also, and to go back to the earlier question that was posed to Vidhya about women. In women, there is fluctuation across the menstrual cycle that can vary, on average, that varies about 0.5 degrees. And this is higher in the second half of the menstrual cycle. You can see it here. So body temperature rises about half a degree during the luteal phase and then drops again during the follicular phase. At the same time, as Vidhya mentioned also, women are a bit more, and also it's important to understand that a number of studies have shown that women have a lower tolerance to heat and a higher risk for exceptional heat illness. But also, in some cases in the workplace, in the working environment, women can be more exposed to precarious conditions and vulnerable conditions as well, compared to those of men. And these include lack of cooling and water services and lack of toilet facilities, which may make them even more vulnerable to heat. We're now running a study with the collaboration of the MRC unit in the Gambia, where we're trying to assess the impacts of heat on maternal and fetal health. Well, we have just completed a systematic review and we're now synthesizing the data. Hopefully these publications will come in the next 3 or 4 months. And we just completed also during the summer a study here in Greece in our chamber where we exposed pregnant women to work in a hot environment in different levels of work to see the impacts. And again, these publications should come out in the coming months. And at the same time, now we're running a large study in the Gambia to follow women throughout their pregnancy. And we're going to take biopsies and analyze what happens also, not only in the mother, but also in the fetus. And the aim here is to, of course, see if there are any impacts, and if yes, to options. We're doing this study in 2 different sites in the Gambia, in the capital, Banjul, that is hot, but not extremely hot, and also in Basse, which is another city in the inland part of the Gambia, which is a lot hotter than that. So other than our typical diurnal variation and also the menstrual cycle variation in women, there's also another factor that comes into play that changes or affects our normal variability in body temperature, which is, of course, physical work. We will discuss this in the coming slides. But for now, let's just leave it to the fact that when our body contracts, when our muscle contracts, a lot of heat is being produced. And as a result, when we are physically active, whether that is for work or for recreational exercise, this may result in a body temperature reaching up to 40 degrees Celsius. And also, two other factors are really important to remember, that individuals who are older have a lower core body temperature, averaging around 36.4 instead of 37 to 37.5, which we see in younger people. Mainly, this is due to lower metabolic rate because older individuals tend to be less physically active. And also, of course, when we are exposed to extreme environments, either extreme heat or extreme cold, of course, this can affect our body temperature. So overall, what we have seen so far is that a body core temperature can vary from 35.5 to 41 degrees Celsius in, of course, extreme cases. But in most people's daily life, it ranges from 36 to 38 degrees Celsius. And it's very frequently down to 36 and up to 38 without any kind of physiological problems. This is, of course, regulated in the hypothalamus, where the thermoregulatory system is centered, but of course has a number of units across the body to sense and control heat. And let's see how this works. To maintain heat balance, what our body needs to do is to balance the metabolic heat that's being produced in our muscles with the heat absorbed from the environment, these two, to balance these two against the heat dissipation to the environment. So the higher the heat production and the higher the heat absorbed to the environment, the more heat must be dissipated to the environment, and vice versa. If there's a lot of heat dissipation to the environment, the body has to react by increasing metabolic heat production and reducing heat absorbed from the environment to maintain heat balance. And earlier, I talked about exercise and physical work as a very important contributor to heat stress. And this is because humans are not, and also the endothermic organisms and are not very efficient when it regards to producing ATP for work. Unfortunately, we have very low mechanical efficiency. So when we are catabolizing micronutrients to create ATP, unfortunately, most of the available energy is not going to produce ATP, but instead is wasted within the cell as heat. 80 to 95, actually up to sometimes 99% is lost as heat. And only at the most 20% is going to create ATP. And this, of course, is used for many different reasons in the body. In the most efficient physical task has been recorded in the laboratory, and this is stationary cycling. Of course, it's not the same as you can see here. Stationary cycling is the bicycle ergometer that you see when you see somebody exercising on the bicycle with a bike that is not moving, and of course a very, very good bike. So in that case, scientists recorded about 20% of the available nutrient energy to actually use to move the pedals. The rest 80% of the energy is actually is diffused within the body and is heating up the organism. So when somebody is working at 100 watts, in reality, their catabolism is around 500 watts, so around 1,800 kilocal, and most of it, 80%, is wasted as heat within this person's body. And if this heat is not dissipated to the environment, it will raise body temperature. And studies have shown that this will reduce performance, and if it reaches very high levels, of course, it will actually undermine health as well. Now, this 20%, often people think it's too low, but they forget that it's, as I mentioned before, it's the highest that has been ever recorded. And it's important to realize that if we look at most occupational tasks, they're actually much lower than that. So most occupational tasks have a mechanical efficiency of 12 to 18%, which means that even more heat is actually produced in the body when somebody is physically active, such as this worker that you see there. And again, if somebody is working at 75 watts, so they're producing work of 270 kilocal, they have to be, having a much higher metabolic rate. Therefore, most of it is reduces performance and will undermine health as well. Now let's see what we've discussed so far. So we discussed that what we record and what we try to regulate as humans is our body core temperature. And we want this to be somewhere between 36.5 to 37.5 degrees Celsius. When it goes beyond 37.5 to 38, we call this borderline hyperthermia. And from 38 onwards, we call it hyperthermia. And of course, as we move up, it's even more and more dangerous hyperthermia. And from 38 onwards, we call this significant physiological heat strain, which means that the body is trying to do something about it because it starts to undermine health. And of course, if it reaches extreme cases, this can lead to death. Now let's look at, as the title of my presentation says, let's look at the health disorders associated with high body temperature. We have grouped them into two: mild disorders and serious or severe. The mild ones do not induce chronic effects, and the individual can go back to their daily routine the next day when, of course, their body temperature and fluid balance return to normal. The serious and severe ones, they require immediate attention and often hospitalization because they can induce severe tissue or organ dysfunction that can last for several weeks, months, longer, and sometimes never be resolved. So let's look first at the mild disorders. The first one, the most mild one, is called heat fatigue. This is essentially a higher level of fatigue that an individual is experiencing. And this is because when we're working and in an environment that causes physiological heat strain, our body will divert a lot of blood to the skin so that it can dissipate heat. And as a result, there's less blood to go to the working muscles. And because of that, there is a higher cardiovascular strain, and therefore we perceive the same activity as being a lot more fatiguing. Of course, we can treat this very easily by just stopping work or resting in a cool and shady place and rehydrate. Or if we can slow down our pace, this will remove the problem. Also, another mild health disorder is heat edema, which is a vascular condition, and it's caused because of swelling of peripheral blood vessels in the hands, in the palms, feet, ankles, and soles of the feet due to prolonged exposure to a physiological heat strain. And of course, we can treat this simply by removing excess clothing, resting in a cool shaded area, and staying hydrated. Once our body temperature returns to normal, in a healthy individual, this heat edema will slowly slowly dissipate. Another mild health disorder is heat rash. Also, we call it miliaria rubra, and it develops when our sweat glands become blocked, either because of cosmetics or because of dust or for any other reason, and they trap sweat under the skin. and this can cause some blisters or red bumps. And the treatment, of course, is to clean the area with cool water, and hopefully this will remove the problem. Another mild health disorder, which can sometimes also be considered moderate or severe, is heat syncope. And this again is caused by a similar effect as heat fatigue. Again, when we are physically active in a hot environment or in an environment that causes physiological heat strain, our body diverts a lot more blood to the periphery to remove heat. As a result, and often in the feet and in the hands. And as a result, when there are sudden postural changes, such as if we try to quickly stand up after prolonged sitting or lying down, this causes the cardiovascular system does not adapt rapidly enough, and this may make somebody lose consciousness. And I mentioned earlier that this can have severe consequences when, for example, the person who is experiencing this may be using machinery or driving a vehicle. And this, of course, can have tragic consequences for the person, but maybe also for others as well. Or, of course, if the person is at home and just sitting, this is just a mild issue, and it will resolve almost immediately if somebody is just lies supine or in a side position, and we raise our legs by about 30 centimeters. And of course, we remove excess clothing. Another mild health disorder is heat cramps, which we've seen that they happen more. So we've seen muscle cramps happen more frequently when somebody is exposed to a hot environment. Previously, cramps were almost entirely justified due to hypohydration and due to loss of electrolytes. But many other hypotheses and theories have emerged in the last 10 years. So we're still not sure whether this loss of electrolytes is purely the reason why it happens, but we certainly know that it is one of the mechanisms that can induce it. So heat cramps is certainly seen a lot more often. So cramps in general are seen a lot more often when people are exposed to the heat, and that's why it has also a separate diagnosis called heat cramps. And again, treatment includes having the person in a supine position, and we passively stretch the cramping muscle groups until a relaxation. In terms of the severe ones, heat exhaustion is a very frequent one, and it can be mild, moderate to severe. What we see is cardiovascular dysfunction. So our heart and cardiovascular system are not able to maintain cardiac output and blood pressure because of a lot of blood diverted to the skin, and also because of dehydration. So when these are combined and the work rate is too high, blood pressure regulation often collapses. Typically, we see this when body temperature rises at least 39 or above. And in many cases with severe heat exhaustion, we may have a higher likelihood of organ damage, such as the kidney or the liver. And also we may have tissue damage in the gut or in the skeletal muscle. To treat this, of course, we have to immediately stop physical activity, rest and sit in a cool and shady environment. And we need to cool the person as fast as possible with the most effective means available and hydrate them. And if the symptoms are not addressed, the person should be taken to a hospital. And finally, the most severe condition is heat stroke, and which often becomes life-threatening. Heat stroke has two symptoms. First is neurological dysfunction, that can have symptoms such as severe disorientation, aggression, seizures, but often the most typical one is just collapse. The second symptom is, of course, hyperthermia, very high hyperthermia, with a core temperature of 39 degrees and often above that. This is, we often see this accompanied with organ and tissue damage and with blood coagulation disorders and systemic inflammatory response syndrome. And there are two types, the classic heat stroke and the exertional heat stroke. The classic heat stroke, we see it in typically the elderly or those who have underlying health conditions. But we also see the exertional one that is associated with people who perform some kind of physical activity, either for recreation or for occupational reasons. So what we need to do in a heat stroke, as in most heat health disorders, is to immediately stop, of course, physical work, rest in a sitting position in a cool and shady place, and we need to perform intense cooling by the most effective means measure available. We need to hydrate the individual and transport them to the nearest hospital. We need to start cooling as soon as possible, even before or during transport to the hospital. People who have been cooled within the first 30 minutes of the onset of symptoms, whether that is a collapse or seizures or any kind of neurological dysfunction, if they're cooled within the first 30 minutes, they have 100% of survival rate. However, every minute past the first 30 minutes and people are not cooled, then the probability of some kind of organ or tissue damage and sometimes or often death as well rise dramatically. So therefore, we need to cool people down as fast as we can. Now, let's think about why body temperature, high body temperature affects health. And to do that, I will briefly go into the physiology of thermoregulation, although I will, as I said before, I will do it very, very superficially because Becky Lucas will talk about this in more detail in the coming talk. So our thermoregulatory system works all the time, 24/7, to maintain a constant body temperature of the core primarily. And one of the main ways of doing it is by, as I mentioned earlier, shifting blood to the periphery or maintaining it to the core when it wants to conserve heat. So in cases where heat continues to build up when somebody is physically active, the heart, the skin, the brain, and other organs try to maintain homeostasis, and they need to do that in order to preserve their physiology. However, the ability to preserve thermal homeostasis may not be sometimes feasible for the body, and when body temperature rises too high, health disorders can arise. Now, let's see how this is done. Initially, we sense heat in the core and in the skin as well by neurons that are spread throughout the body. And they can sense changes in temperature, whether it's higher or lower body temperature, and they send the signals to the brain. And the brain stimulates blood vessels to dilate so that more heat is diverted to specific areas in order to cool tissues or in order to preserve heat being lost. And if this is not enough, then sweat glands are being activated to produce a mixture, mainly containing water. We will go into this in a bit, so that when the water is being evaporated, this will dissipate heat. Now, when this increased rate of sweating continues for a long time, first of all, it will increase plasma osmotic pressure and decrease extracellular fluid volume because we're dehydrating significantly. And this is we have other receptors called osmoreceptors spread throughout the body, and they sense changes in plasma osmotic pressure. And when these baroreceptors sense that plasma osmotic pressure is low, and they assess that in the left atrium of the heart, then they activate the secretion of vasopressin. Vasopressin is an antidiuretic and which reduces urine production and trying to hopefully conserve plasma volume. As a result, also it stimulates thirst in order to increase fluid intake. Now, if exercise or work continues or the environmental temperature is too high and water loss continues because of that, our body dehydrates significantly, so it depletes body water, and this reduces plasma volume, and also as a result, we start losing blood pressure. And because of that, because we stop, and of course, if we start becoming dehydrated, eventually our ability to sweat will significantly reduce. Our body will stop sweating anymore. Because of dehydration, and this will cause body temperature rise even faster. Then, after a certain point, the mechanism of thermoregulation will collapse, and the first body system that is affected by this is the nervous system. The brain function will start deteriorating, and the person most likely will lose consciousness. And as I mentioned earlier, the most important way to address this is to cool the body. If we do that within the first 30 minutes, then the person will go home in a few hours and will likely be healthy, likely throughout their lives. The most effective and fastest way of doing it is to immerse the body in cold water. And the gold standard temperature to do that is 4 degrees Celsius. I know that this may sound extremely cold, and also I know that very few places have the ability to have body water as cold as 4 degrees Celsius. But of course, anywhere close to that, even 8, 10, 12, 14, 18 degrees, the coldest we can make it, the better. And there are we have publications that are showing that for how long a person, in case we don't have a rectal thermometer, how long a person should stay in this condition inside very cold water, depending on the temperature of the water. Of course, if we don't have a tub or somewhere where we can put a person, of course, we should cool them with the most effective means available, such as wet, cold towels, fans, air conditioning, or anything we can use in our hands to cool a person down as fast as we can. So what we've discussed so far is how our body responds to heat and what health effects may arise due to that. It's important to, of course, realize that this physiological heat strain, which is basically what happens to our physiology when our body temperatures start rising, this is what we've discussed so far. Most people think that this mainly happens due to environmental heat exposure. And of course, often is the case that physiological heat strain happens due to being exposed to a hot environment. However, what we often forget, especially in the working environment, is that physiological heat strain may happen in a relatively cool environment, but when a person is wearing high thermal insulation, due to the clothing that they're wearing or due to personal protective clothing. And often, and we talked about this so far, physiological heat strain happens also because of metabolic heat being produced within the muscle due to physical activity. So all these three factors, either one of them or two or three combined, can cause physiological heat strain, which is essentially a condition in which an individual's body is storing heat. And since the aim for this webinar or symposium is to have also practical information included, I thought of adding this to you and showing this to you. So we recently created a website where you see the address here, habitatscience.org. You can use this free of charge, of course. We have no cookies or anything to monitor what happens in here. It's just for people to use it freely. And here we have implemented a physiological model, and we try to make it as useful for non-experts and for not modelers and chemical engineers, so more as user-friendly as possible for hygienists or occupational health physicians and so on and so forth. This is the web page, how it works. And here you can say, for example, I have an individual that is this height, this weight, they're acclimatized or not. Then you add the environmental conditions in which they exercise in. Then you add what they're doing, whether they're sitting or whether they're performing some kind of recreational exercise or some kind of physical work, what kind of clothing they're wearing, and whether they are able to, they are allowed to drink water or not, what's their posture. Once you create all these conditions, so you create a scenario, then you run the simulation, and it gives you very accurate, and we've published already 2 papers on this, both for occupational settings, but also in recreational exercise settings. It can provide very reasonably accurate estimates of what is going to happen to an average individual that undergoes the scenario that you have built here. And then you can go back and say, okay, well, I see here that the person that will do this will have a core temperature of 45 degrees Celsius, let's say. So what will happen if I change their clothing, or what will happen if they change, they do a different activity, or if they start doing breaks, what is going to happen to their core body temperature, and to how much sweat they're going to lose, to their skin temperature. And you can then play with this back and forth, create different scenarios, either to test or to create solutions for a specific, for example, individual or a group of individuals. So I definitely recommend you using this model that we've built. Now, other than this, Becky Lucas will discuss in detail what are the autonomic adaptations and also the behavioral adaptations that the human thermoregulatory system is using. I'm not going to go into any detail here because this is what Becky will talk to you about, but I want to just briefly mention a few things, especially about sweating, because often I find that sweating is a very, I would say, misunderstood mechanism of our body. And this is unfortunate because it's probably it's the most effective and most important mechanism of our thermoregulatory system. So very briefly, I'm not going to mention how it works, but just a couple of things that are misunderstood in regards to sweating. So we use sweating because it's really important for us. It's basically a chemical reaction that converts liquid water into, it evaporates into air. And for every liter of sweat that is evaporated, we lose about 600 kilocalories. So it's really important. And especially, it's important to remember that when the temperature of the environment exceeds the temperature of the skin, sweating is the only way to dissipate heat. So if my skin is at 35 degrees Celsius and the air is 35 or more, conduction is not working, actually is heating me up. So if I use a fan, the fan will heat me up instead of cool me down. So the only way to cool me down is by sweating. So it's really, it's a very important mechanism. And if on a normal day, the normal temperature, the average loss of sweat is 0.1, is 100 mLs per day. But this can increase to up to 8 liters when somebody's performing vigorous physical activity or work during the day. Now, what is misunderstood is that often people think that sweat has some kind of toxins, and toxins, actually the body has toxins, and sweat can remove these toxins. As a result, often people go into these methods. You see here 2 examples, and they try to, on purpose, increase their sweating to somehow detoxify the bodies. This is, of course, not happening, and we should not be encouraging this. The only result of this is dehydration, which, as I mentioned earlier, can increase the risk for a number of health disorders. We know for many years, more than a century, what is included in our sweat, and it's not toxins, unfortunately. Our sweat is 99% water, of course, of the average person, 99% water, and the other 1% is primarily salt, a little bit of potassium, and some metals and electrolytes. And also, there's some fatty acid, lactic acid, citric acid, urea, and so on and so forth. This is the eccrine sweat glands, and the apocrine is very similar, a little bit richer also in terms of protein and carbohydrates. But again, no toxins there, as you can see. So first, it's important to understand that we don't lose any kind of toxins with sweat, so there's no reason why somebody should be, exposing themselves to a hot environment just to sweat out the toxins, theoretically. Also, in many parts of the world, often people think that if they are sweaty and they are exposed to a cold air or a cool air, somehow this will cause them muscle injury. I don't know if this is the same in South Africa. It's certainly the case here in Greece. Many people believe that if they are sweaty and they are exposed to a draft, to a breeze of air, whether that is an air conditioner or whether that is a fan or just simply a breeze of air if they are walking outside, this may cause them muscle injury, and especially in the neck area. So we recently it was very tough. I know it may sound strange to you. I hope this is the case in South Africa and people do not believe the same myth, I would say. So we recently try to convince people here, and especially healthcare professionals who also seem to agree to this, that the cool breeze of air cannot contribute to myalgia symptoms in the neck, shoulder, and back. We did a literature review, and we found, of course, that there's no such thing in the international literature. And because of, at least here in Greece, because of many people, patients, and also many healthcare professionals feel that when somebody is either sweaty or they have just had a shower, so they have water on their skin and there is a cool breeze of air, and this causes myalgia symptoms or soreness. Because of that, there's a lot of healthcare expenditures and reduced prevention of myalgia symptoms in countries such as Greece. And I hope that this is not the case in South Africa. So the question is, why do often people feel soreness, especially in their neck, in the shoulders, and their back? Well, one of my hypotheses is what you see here. So more and more, we spend a lot of time looking downwards on our cell phones. And as you can see here, if our head is vertical, the weight of our typical head is 4 to 5 kilograms, But if we increase the angle here down to 60 degrees, it can reach down to up to 27 kilograms. And the problem is that no one is really strengthening these muscles. So if we keep our heads down for a significant amount of time every day, looking on different screens, this causes soreness on the muscles, and simply in the next few days will be painful for us. Now, whether that is associated with the breeze or not has nothing to do with it. This will be sore either way. So I think the proper way to address the problem is to just strengthen the muscles of the neck instead of just trying to protect somebody from breezes and cool drafts, especially when they're sweaty, which is of course not the case. Now, let's talk about thermoregulation and infections, because that's also something that is sometimes not understood very well. Fever, of course, is an important reaction of the body, and it is a response that we see when microorganisms have spread into the body. It's caused by the actions of cytokines, interleukin-1 and interleukin-6 and TNF-alpha. And these act as pyrogens, these three cytokines here, and they induce fever by increasing prostaglandins in the hypothalamus. And these tingle a little bit with the hypothalamus, which as a result increases the desired regulation, the desired level of thermoregulation. Now, the role of this process is not entirely understood, although we do know that, first of all, fever is a systemic manifestation that we see very commonly. Obviously, it has some kind of beneficial role, although it's still not entirely understood, but we do know that higher temperatures, they enhance phagocytosis, and also they reduce bacterial proliferation, and this happens by increasing bacteria's requirements for iron. So somehow they do seem to have fever does seem to have some kind of beneficial reaction, and it's not so favorable for bacteria, and therefore it's likely that this is the case. As a result, it's not recommended to take antipyretic drugs, at least for the adults and for the healthy adults, of course, at least until core temperature reaches 39 degrees Celsius. However, if core temperature goes beyond 39, of course, antipyretics are recommended because the central nervous system is not very tolerant to higher core body temperature, and as a result, we need to protect it. However, we need to make an adjustment here for young children because their central nervous system is often less tolerant to high body temperature. The recommended level for antibiotics is a little bit lower than adults, so it's not 39, it's 38.5. But in both cases, we should not be taking antibiotics at least until 38.5 or 39 degrees Celsius. Now let's look at some of the individuals who are more vulnerable to heat. Here you see a table that shows either personal factors or environmental factors, pharmacological factors, and pathological factors that can make somebody more vulnerable to heat compared to a person who's doing the same activity in the same environment, working the same clothes, for example, as this person. This is from a report that was just published this summer. So it has the most recent available evidence. You can see there's a lot of pathologies that can make somebody more likely to have heat-related illness, and also many pharmacological agents that can make somebody more vulnerable to heat. Also, many environmental factors, like wearing impermeable clothing, doing physical work, being in a heat wave or high temperature, high relative humidity, no air movement, and sources of radiant heat. However, I want to go briefly into the personal factors. We already talked about pregnancy. I mentioned it earlier, and that's why we're doing a study, but also Vidhya and a number of other groups are doing studies on this topic as we speak. And I think our knowledge on the impact of pregnancy on health of the mothers, the fetus and the mother will be a lot more available in the next 3 or 4 years. Also, we do know that many disabilities can impact thermoregulation. For example, individuals with a spinal cord injury are much vulnerable, a lot more vulnerable than an able-bodied person. But I will go into a few other factors, such as the lack of heat acclimatization, low physical fitness, hyperhydration, advanced age, high body mass index. And I want to go into more detail on those. These are important, and we recently did a study to assess what are the levels of age, fitness, and body composition that we should be targeting. For example, we saw that women beyond the age of 56 and men beyond the age of 53 are more vulnerable to heat. Also, in terms of fitness, when we measure fitness, typically we measure it as a VO2 max, maximum oxygen consumption. And we say that men who have a VO2 max less than 35 milliliters per kilogram per minute, or women below 28, then they are more, these people are more vulnerable to heat. And also, for example, body mass index and body fat percent. So people who have, women who have a higher body mass index than 25.7 and men who have higher than 29.5, they are more vulnerable to heat, and the same for body fat percentage. So it's important to understand these. And the reason is because we know, for example, that when we age, as we age, we tend to sweat a lot less. Also, if we're not fit, physically fit, then we tend to sweat less. And in terms of body composition makes, and as we have a lot more body fat located beneath our skin, this makes our body more insulative. And at the same time, we also produce a lot more heat if we are heavier in mass. And as a result, the heavier and more body fat we have, the more likely it is that we will experience heat-related illness. We also briefly mentioned acclimatization, and also Vidhya mentioned this. So it's important to talk a little bit about what it is. If you look at it in the literature, you will find two terms, acclimation and acclimatization. These may seem the same, but they're not. In general, the concept refers to our body being adapted to conditions that favor survival. And the more we expose our body gradually, of course, to a certain environment, the more it adapts to this specific environment, and therefore its survival increases, survival chances. Now, acclimatization refers to adaptation to an environment by just exposing somebody to this environment that we want them to be acclimatized into. Acclimation refers to adaptation via artificial means. For example, going into a sauna or using air conditioning or heat stoves or any other ways, for example, to make somebody to create a room, for example, that is really warm and expose somebody to this environment so that they can get heat acclimated. So acclimation is by using artificial means, whereas acclimatization means, for example, such as when we see athletes going to the Olympic Games 2 or 3 months before, so that they can get acclimatized to the local environment. Now, how does acclimation work? If we want to acclimate somebody in the lab, what is the most, I would say, evidence-based and recommended protocol? Well, it lasts from 7 to 14 days. And we say 7 to 14 days because for some people, 7 days may be enough, but some others may require a lot more to be acclimatized, so up to 14 days. And these people, every day, for this duration here, they need to come in the lab or go to a gym and do continuous exercise of about 100 minutes every day. The exercise should not be very intense, should be about 50% of maximum, and the environment should be at least 35 degrees Celsius. And if we can't create an environment like that, if let's say we don't have a gym that has very good air conditioning, or we don't have an environmental chamber as we have here in our lab, then we can wear additional clothing. The target basically is to make our body sweat for at least 100 minutes per day, very profusely. And if we do this for at least a week, from 1 to 2 weeks, and we do this every day, then we will gain adaptations, and I will discuss them in a bit. And the adaptations that we will gain will last for at least 2 to 3 weeks. So if we do this for 1 or 2 weeks, then for the following 2 to 3 weeks, our body will have a higher survival rate to work or just live in a hot environment. Now let's look at what are the adaptations that are happening. Well, the most important one is that our plasma volume increases by up to 27%. And this, of course, makes our cardiovascular system work a lot more efficiently. We have a 15 to 25% reduction in heart rate at a given exercise or work intensity. So this makes things easier for our cardiovascular system to maintain cardiac output and blood pressure. And also, we have a lot more higher ability to sweat before we become dehydrated. And at the same time, sweating becomes a lot more sensitive to an increase in core temperature, which means that we start sweating a lot faster when our core temperature starts rising. So the number of sweat glands stays the same, but there's a hypertrophy of these glands, and this is what results in increased sweat production. And it's important to understand that these adaptations in sweating don't happen across the body, but happen locally. For example, we tend to sweat a lot more in the face, in the back, in our face and on the back, compared to, for example, some other parts of the body. At the same time, the osmolarity of our sweat decreases, which means that it contains a lot more water and a lot less solids such as sodium and potassium and electrolytes. So we lose more water and less of the other very important things that we need. And so this schematic here will give us an example of an understanding of how acclimatization works. So what you see here on the horizontal axis is mean body temperature, and on the vertical axis we see the intensity of the different body responses, the physiological reactions, such as skin blood flow, sweating, and also our behavioral adaptations. So, of course, when our body temperature starts rising, then at some point, when it passes a certain threshold, we will start seeing physiological and behavioral adaptations. And if, for example, these are not effective enough to reach to maintain core body temperature, they will keep increasing and increasing in intensity. But of course, there's a certain point where these cannot, this will reach their maximum and they cannot go further. And if, of course, they're not effective in reducing mean body temperature, soon death will emerge. Now, acclimatization helps in three different parts of this diagram. First, the onset threshold. So we see sweating, we see vasodilation happening a lot earlier. So immediately after we see any slight difference in mean body temperature, you will see somebody starting to sweat compared to somebody who's not acclimatized, and they may start sweating a lot later. Also, acclimatization helps in terms of the sensitivity of the response. Somebody who's acclimatized, they will start sweating earlier, but also they will start increasing the rate of sweating much more drastically compared to somebody who's not acclimatized. In this case, sweating will start increasing and then slowly increase, but in a very slow pace. And also, acclimatization increases the plateau phase, which means that it increases the ceiling. So somebody who's acclimatized, they will start sweating faster. They will start sweating earlier. They will increase faster, and their maximum sweat output will increase compared to somebody who's not acclimatized. And one last thing to remember is, of course, that populations across the world are acclimatized to the local environmental conditions. And you can see it here very nicely by looking at mortality curves in different cities around the world. And you can see that mortality starts rising in very different temperatures. On the horizontal axis is environmental temperature, which you can see is very different from place to place. But of course, these graphs don't include also humidity and other very important factors. But even just looking at the temperature, you can see that it's quite different. For example, between Sao Paulo and London, England, for example. Now, as I mentioned in the beginning, I will circle back and I will conclude with just a few things about to tie everything together with heat stress in the workplace. I would like to remind you that a very important report was published by the ILO last summer, and we're expecting another very important work by the WHO and the WMO, the World Meteorological Organization, to be published in the next 2 to 3 months. So also look out for that one. And when this report by the ILO was published in last summer, the UN Secretary General released this call to action for extreme heat. And hopefully this will create more solutions for the problem, because as we are trying to mitigate the problem by hopefully reducing greenhouse gas emissions, workers are being injured and are dying now. So therefore, we need to create preventive actions as we speak. In this report, it is shown that currently more than 2.4 billion workers, therefore about 70% of the population, are being exposed to extreme heat. This causes around 23 million non-fatal injuries every year and around 19,000 deaths annually across the world. If we look at the percent of occupational injuries attributable to occupational heat stress, you can see that Africa is in the region that is much higher than other places. Even South Africa is higher, at least based on ILO data. You can see that around 2.7 to 4.7% of fatal occupational injuries are attributable to workplace heat stress. And as Vidhya mentioned, there are many people, millions of people worldwide living with chronic kidney disease. You can see here that there are more than 2 million in Africa with chronic kidney disease caused by workplace heat stress. And one important thing to remember is that the heat impacts, the workplace heat impacts, are very much underreported, which means that both, if I go back, the fatal occupational injuries due to heat stress and also the chronic kidney disease due to heat stress numbers that you see are much more underreported than you see here. Another crisis at the same time is not only the health crisis, but it's also the productivity crisis, which again results in health crisis because when productivity goes down, this impacts workers' pay, and this, of course, can impact their health. Previous models were showing that productivity is not impacted by heat unless heat increases very drastically, so in very hot places. But more and more data that comes out showing that even at moderate heat levels, productivity is reduced quite substantially. And this is a paper that we published a couple of years ago showing how extensive productivity losses are currently and will be until 2030 due to workplace heat stress. And you can see here South Africa, and that especially during the first quarter, so the one coming up of the year, but also during the second and fourth quarters, there is quite significant reductions in productivity that range from 8 to about 20%. And this has important economic impacts, which again return to health. Another important, I think, finding of that report of the ILO is that almost all the exposure, 9 out of 10 exposure of workers to heat occurred outside of a heat wave. And this is important because a number of arguments coming from people who did not want to change things was that, well, you know, during a heat wave, we already have urgent warnings and alarms, and workers are protected. Well, we see that 9 out of 10 times workers are exposed to heat are not during a heat wave, and also 8 out of 10 occupational injuries due to excessive heat are not during a heat wave. Therefore, we need to find and develop something a lot more permanent than just urgent actions during heat waves. What we did in that report was to contribute towards new and improved legislation. We looked at what is happening across the world, and we found, unfortunately, there's a lack of standardized policy approach, and often countries are not addressing the problem until it's too late. And when they do, because it's too late, they develop policies and legislation very quickly and to address this rapidly evolving problem. And as a result, this often leads to ineffective policies that cause threats to workers' health and safety. So the report concludes that there is a need to adopt a standardized approach. To do this, we analyzed existing binding legislations across the world, and of course, we included South Africa's legislation as well. But also we tried as many countries as we could find that have comprehensive legislations. And this is my last slide. We came up with 10 minimum provisions that any kind of heat legislation should have, or any kind of a workplace level legislation should have, because these are the common denominators in these 21 legislations that we analyzed across the world. So first of all, in terms of risk assessment, there should be participatory risk assessment in the working environment that integrates heat. And also in terms of risk assessment, we should include a heat index, and the WBGT is the heat index used in most countries, and also evidence from a number of groups around the world, including our own group, are showing that WBGT is the most effective heat stress indicator. And then in terms of administrative measures, that there should be provision of cool, shaded, and ventilated areas. There should be acclimatization of workers, and there should be education and awareness. There should be regular medical checkups, rest breaks, or modified work schedules, and identification of vulnerable worker groups. And also, finally, regarding personal protective clothing, that there should be PPE designed to protect workers from heat stress. That concludes my presentation. It was very nice to be able to talk to you, and thank you for this invitation to be able to address this very interesting group.
Andreas, thank you very much. I know you have a very tight schedule, so I sincerely appreciate you being able to accommodate us. And I think that was a really great presentation. I think for me, it just gave me such a good sense of, we're dealing with a very complex exposure. We're dealing with a very complex biological response. And it's just not a question of doing WBGT measurements and then trying to understand the risks or the hazards. And I think that was quite critical. There are a couple of questions that came through. I just want to see if I can find them. Some people have stuck them into the chat. One question from Willem van Beek. What is the safe highest heart rate during exercise?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
The safest heart rate during intense exercise. Would one really have that?
So the question is, what is the safe heart rate?
Yeah.
Okay, so typically there's no absolute level. What we do is we use a percent of the heart rate reserve, for example. So because as we age, people tend to have lower maximum heart rate. So for example, me, when I was 20 years old, my maximum heart rate was nearly 190 beats per minute. Now my maximum heart rate is much lower than that. So we shouldn't be looking at heart rate as an absolute value, but as a percent based on this person's maximum heart rate reserve. So a very easy way of doing it is to, of course, it's a ballpark estimation. The best way, of course, is to measure somebody's maximum heart rate by having them do a heat tolerance test or an exercise test. But if we can't do that, and of course, in an incubation environment, we can't do this very easily. So the easiest way, of course, is to do 220 minus age. So a person who is, let's say, 50 years old, we do 220 minus 50, which means that on average, this person has a maximum heart rate of 170 beats per minute. So then we know that if we measure their heart rate and now they're working, let's say, at 150 beats per minute, means that they're very close to their maximum, which means that they should be reducing their work rate compared to somebody who's 18 years old and they're working also at 150 beats per minute, but this 18-year-old has a much higher maximum heart rate. So therefore, they're working at a much healthier heart rate compared to the person right next to them. So we should be looking at it as a percent of maximum compared to the, let's say, the absolute value.
Right. And the point to be made there is that that's sort of rules of thumb, and it has to be individualized, especially if workers are working under extreme conditions. All right. Then Paul has got a question. Yeah. Can you say something about high salt diets?
Sorry, can you repeat high?
High salt.
High salt diet.
High salt diets. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yes. So salt is a very important issue that often comes up. Also because when we're talking to people around the world, or when we have, let's say, a large work site that has many different workers, and often these workers come from different cultures, you may have some workers having a very low salt diet, others very high salt diet, but also you may have workers who don't try to avoid salt due to, for example, high blood pressure. So obviously, somebody who is not consuming enough salt, they should be supplementing it when during water. For example, again, they may be adding. I know your question was for high salt diet, but I will also discuss that. So if somebody their diet has low level of salt, and if of course they are healthy, they don't have a high blood pressure, then they could be using electrolytes, and often in work sites, in large construction work sites, we see workers being provided and being advised to consume electrolytes together with water. Now, with high salt diet, certainly this is not recommended. We already in a typical Western style diet, we're already consuming a lot more salt than we should be consuming. If somebody is consuming enough salt through their diet, it's not necessary to get more salt or electrolytes when they're sweating. Of course, if they are spending 8 hours a day in a very hot environment and they're working profusely, then there should be, of course, some additional salt added to their water, or they should consider also increasing their electrolyte intake. But high salt diets, it's actually a protective of their, if somebody is profusely exercising and sweating, then it's actually protecting a little bit the central nervous system from any kind of breakdown.
Thanks, Andreas. I know you have to run. One last question, and then we let you go. From Ayatanda, is there any correlation to exposure to high heat and skin disorders such as cutaneous abscesses, carbuncles, furuncles formation? Apparently, this is being seen in underground workers.
Let me see if I can read this.
Is there a correlation to exposure to high heat and cutaneous abscesses, carbuncles, and furuncle formation as seen in underground workers?
Well, certainly heat can certainly increase the likelihood of skin disorders and diseases, because as I mentioned earlier, when we are working in a hot environment, or when we are recreationally active in a hot environment, there's increased vasodilation of the skin. And therefore, if somebody is exposed to a toxicant, to dust, to any kind of allergen, this can increase the uptake of these to the absorption of any kind of chemical or anything like that to the circulation. So heat in general, yes, it increases the likelihood of skin disorders, but of course, this depends on the disorder, and this depends also on the individual as well. In general, yes, there is a increased association.
Okay, Andreas, thank you very much for your time, and I hope we haven't made you too late for your flight. And we look forward to continuing to engage with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Happy attendance to everybody for the rest of the symposium.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, there were a few more questions intended for Andreas, but because they are linked to physiology, I'm going to ask you to please hold on to them, or maybe we can ask Rebecca Lucas to respond to them in the next session. Andreas is on a very tight time schedule. He has to dash off to the airport. But I also would like to ask or emphasize that you please stick your questions into the Q&A and not on the chat, because it's going to get lost in the chat. We are now scheduled for a break, but I just want to do a couple of quick housekeeping announcements. Firstly, there's a lot of requests for CPD points. And as I indicated earlier, for those people that are requiring CPD points from HPCSA, you have to complete the Google Forms register for both the sessions. You've got to complete a morning session register, and you've got to complete a separate afternoon register. The morning register will close at 1 o'clock. The afternoon register will then open. You need to repeat that for the same day. Otherwise, you will only get forms for the registers which you complete. That's as per the HPCSA requirements. There have been a number of colleagues who have been wanting CPD points for other professional bodies, and we've not obtained those certification. I'm not sure what the process is. I'm going to reach out. Dion, I know you're online. I've sent you an email to maybe explain to us how we can do this for for Sayo, and I think it was Elena, you made a request for Sank. If either one of you can explain, or both of you can explain to me the processes, we will try to facilitate that. For those of you that are nurses and hygienists that want to apply for points, please go to this Google Forms and complete the link and indicate under job title, hygienist or nurse, so that we can make inquiries from the appropriate professional bodies. That was the first. Secondly, many people have asked for the presentations. Unfortunately, with a large number of participants on site, we're not able to circulate these presentations. However, the UKZN YouTube channel is streaming this, and it will be recorded, or it will stay in perpetuity on that site. So any one of the presentations you wish to revisit, you're more than welcome to go onto the UKZN YouTube site. We hope that will work for everybody. So it's now 25 to 1. We will reconvene at 1:05, so give everybody an adequate break, and we'll chat to Rebecca and the rest of the group thereafter. Once again, thank you very much. Please continue posting your questions on the Q&A, and if there's any administrative items, you can drop it into the chat, or you can use the email that was provided in the flyer for the symposium. Thank you very much, and we'll see you after lunch. Hi, Rebecca. We just starting a few minutes late, so thanks for joining. You're muted, but we're going to be starting at 5 past.
Great. No, I caught the end of Andreas's talk, so I could see how much overlap there was. So,
Okay. Great.
Yeah. There will be
There
a
was
little bit of repetition, but hopefully useful repetition.
No, I think it will be because it was quite intense. So I think
Yeah.
I don't know
did a
for
great
others, but
job.
it'll certainly be useful for me. And there were some questions that came up that I really didn't want to push Andreas because he was already stressed out for his airport dash.
No,
So
I understand. No, I did. I heard that you offered that. I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
Thanks. Thanks.
Is there? Oh yeah, there I can share my screen. Are you seeing the lecture
Yes.
slide though?
But I'm seeing your not the full presentation view.
Yeah, got you. I will switch it around. Does that work now?
Yep. Looking
Great.
good. Okay, so colleagues, it's now 5 past 1 and we're ready to start with the afternoon session. So once again, a few housekeeping items before I introduce Rebecca to you. Firstly, remember, please complete your sessional registers for the morning session. The morning session register will be switched off at 1:30 and the afternoon register will be switched on at that time. So you can then sign up for the afternoon session. Please do that. And please note as well, we're not going to be sharing the slides. The entire proceedings are on the UKZN YouTube channel, and you'll be able to revisit these presentations at your leisure at any point in time. With that said, we now hand over to Rebecca. Rebecca Lucas is an associate professor at the University of Birmingham. She's an integrative physiologist with research interests in climate change, health impacts, and female physiology across the lifespan. Her research examines human tolerance and adaptation to physical and environmental stresses, with a particular focus on thermal vascular physiology. She did her undergraduate and postgraduate work at Otago University in New Zealand, completing her PhD at that institution. She then attained a postdoc fellowship at the Institute of Exercise and Environmental Medicine in a joint appointment with Texas Health Presbyterian Hospital at Dallas and the University of Texas Southwestern Medical School. She subsequently worked at Umeå University, Sweden, in the Department of Public Health and Clinical Medicine before taking up a lectureship post in physical activity and health at Birmingham. So once again, one of the leading experts in the field of heat and heat physiology, particularly amongst its impact on workers, that we have the opportunity engaging with today. So Rebecca, thank you very much for your time, and we're looking forward to your presentation.
Thanks, Regine. It is a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. So we've switched the presentations around. So some of the concepts I'll be talking about were very relevant to what you've already heard. We'll cover some of the information that Andreas and Vidhya have mentioned, hopefully go into a little bit more detail, and I'll do my best to answer questions that you may still have. So as pointed out in my introduction, I'm originally from New Zealand, which you can still hear in my accent, but I currently work at the University of Birmingham, and we have a beautiful, wonderful campus in the middle of the United Kingdom. It's a very green space, but currently we're enjoying a fresh start to the winter. We had a little bit of snowfall. This is our campus last week. So on the other end of the spectrum of what we're talking today, but it's the sun's out today, so it's nice to have that contrast. What we'll cover in this talk, we'll go over some of the physiological concepts underpinning how we regulate body temperature that are very specific to humans. We'll think about how we balance heat within our cells and how we exchange heat to the external environment. We'll go into a bit more detail around thermoregulatory mechanisms and then our response to working and moving in a hot environment. So something about us as a race, as a species, is that we work and live in an immensely varied and array of artificial and natural environments. And that challenges every person to be able to successfully interact with their environment. And this is part of our interest in this topic. But as humans, we regulate our body temperature, and a key concept to understand with that is that we're endotherms, so we're generating heat internally via metabolism, which I know Andreas mentioned in his talk. So these are two thermal camera images. We've got our humans here generating lots of heat from our core through metabolism, even at rest. And as you see, if the environment is cold around us, then we're losing heat to that environment. And as you move out from the core to the periphery, you see that change in temperature in the skin due to that reduction in blood flow, which is part of our heat conserving mechanisms when we're in the cold. So right now for me, if I step outside in the UK. And that's in stark contrast to some of our the other species that we share the planet with. So this is a nice thermal image of a lizard who's come out onto a rock, cold-blooded, and species that is more using the radiant heat from the rock and the radiant heat from the sun to warm their bodies. But we're in stark contrast to them. Part of the reason we're endothermic is because of this heat generation that occurs through our metabolic processes. So again, Andreas mentioned this, but I'll go into a little bit more detail. So arguably, you could think of it as being inefficient, or you could think about it in terms of the primary function and maintaining our homeostatic body temperature that we like to stay at. So at least 75 to 80% of energy that we release at rest or during physical activity is wasted or is lost as heat, while only 20 to 25 yields external work. And the reason for this is the chemical process. So Andreas mentioned this: when we have these catabolic reactions, when we're forming, we're phosphorylating adenosine triphosphate or diphosphate. If we're phosphorylating it, where that process is that catabolic reaction is generating some heat, and we lose some heat. And similarly, in an anabolic process, when we're forming that molecule, we're also losing heat. And ATP is a fundamental molecule that we are required we constantly generate in our metabolism, and therefore we're constantly generating heat. Now, with increased energy turnover that happens when we increase our activity levels, it means we also increase our internal heat generation and heat production, which is part of the challenge we have, particularly, and we'll talk about that a bit more today. So in addition to being endothermic, humans are also homeotherms. So that means that we maintain our body temperature within very narrow temperature limits. Again, this is touching on some of what Andreas has mentioned already. So if this is our body core temperature and we're talking in degrees Celsius, we're our normal range where we can fluctuate quite happily. The whole population essentially is between 36 to 38. We're very happy. If we go above that, some people are okay going above 38, especially if they're trained and have frequent exposure. But once we slip above 38, we're putting ourselves under increased physiological stress. And then we can really get into some dangerous regions if we exceed 40 degrees Celsius. On the flip side, if we drop below 36 and we start to experience hypothermia, then we get these intense reactions, and we can also suffer. In stark contrast to our relatively narrow limits, so we really want to stay between 36 and 38 most of the time, if not all the time. In stark contrast, we live in a vast array of environments, or can survive in a vast array. So we can go into a sauna, which will be up to 100 degrees. It's a very hot sauna. or if in hot places around the world, we easily exceed 50 degrees Celsius. We can survive happily in a temperate environment that I live in, where we're currently around 0 to 10 degrees Celsius if we've got the right shelter and other amenities. And of course, we can also go to extremely cold places on the earth, like the Antarctic or the Arctic North, if we have appropriate clothing and protection there as well. So we have this contrast between the narrow range that we need to keep our body temperature in, but yet the varied environments that we're able to traverse across. Part of how we maintain our body temperature within this very narrow limit is, and despite ambient fluctuations in ambient temperature, is because we have this shell, which is covered in skin that's helping to regulate our body temperature. So we tend to keep our core temperature fairly stable. But the ambient temperature can change, and our skin temperature or our shell temperature will change accordingly without any perturbation or fluctuation in our core temperature. The other thing to just note, as Andreas mentioned, the regulatory centre for our body core temperature, which tends to be our normal resting body core temperature, is if you look at a textbook, it will be somewhere around 36.5, 37.5. And this is typically what we would see in the lab scenario as well. But that body temperature defined as that is coming from our thermoregulatory centre in the body. And I want to mention that because I'll touch on some of the ways that we measure body temperature and other aspects around thermoregulatory processes today, and that's key in terms of understanding kind of some of the limitations that we have as well. So again, when we're thinking about our internal body temperature, as Andreas mentioned, we have this characteristic diurnal rhythm to body temperature, or a circadian fluctuation that occurs across the 24-hour period. We get this fluctuational change in our core temperature. So our body core temperature is lowest during the evening and highest during the day. And so when we're measuring body core temperature, that's an important consideration, that we might be catching someone where their circadian rhythm is up, and so therefore their core temperature will be a little bit warmer as a result. Another element to consider is there's often it's considered there is some seasonal variation with our body core temperature, and so you know, in the early hours you might get a lower nadir or dip in our body core temperature in the winter months versus the summer. Maybe that's around our sleeping arrangement and access to air conditioning or other warming elements in the winter versus what happens across the day. So this is still a little bit debated, but it's worth thinking about. And certainly what we would expect over the summer is a period of natural acclimatization as well, which I'll touch on later on. But something else to consider as well, as Andreas mentioned, is that we do have this fluctuation in internal body temperature in females across the menstrual cycle, which we don't see in males. So this is very much linked to the release of female sex hormones that occurs with as females ovulate and move into the mid-luteal phase of the menstrual cycle. And when they ovulate and move into the mid-luteal phase, then we get this 0.5 degrees increase in their body core temperature. And so that's been a consideration for a number of years within my area of research, and we'll touch on that a little bit later too. Something else to be aware of and to think about as we're considering thermoregulatory processes is that body core temperature regulation in acclimated or very highly trained endurance people with a high cardiorespiratory fitness, or with a high volume of endurance aerobic training, will have a lower resting temperature. So that's worth considering as well, when you may see something as low as 36.2 if you measure someone who's very trained or someone who's very well acclimated and it's first thing in the morning. So you might see a very low body temperature, and that's quite normal for them. And the reason for that, I will say, and we'll touch on this again, the reason for that lowering of that body core temperature is that it will allow them to store more heat before they hit a critical temperature, which we'll link back to as well. So as we think about skin temperature now, so we've talked about the internal body core temperature, the core, and now we'll talk a little bit about the shell as well. So the skin temperature is around 32 to 35 degrees Celsius. That's our normal resting core temperature. Sorry, our at rest, our skin temperature will fluctuate between that, and we'll be quite comfortable within that range. Now, this is lower than our resting core temperature, which is around approximately 37 degrees Celsius, and that's because we want to have, and we continually try and maintain this thermal gradient if we can between the core and the shell, because we're constantly generating heat. For us to be comfortable, we want to be able to have a thermal gradient where we can transfer that heat from our core to our shell and then to the environment with as minimal effort as possible on our part. So that's part of the reason for that. And so a lot of building, a lot of our behavior is around maintaining our skin temperature so we feel comfortable at 32 or 35 degrees Celsius. So that's around trying to keep cooler skin in hotter environments or warming our skin in cooler environments. Something else to think about with our skin temperature is that the skin is unevenly thermosensitive. So we don't perceive or sense temperature changes in our skin in the same sense. And so the face really predominates, and we get, we're very thermosensitive on our face. We feel sensory feedback is very strong, and we can feel very uncomfortable very quickly if we just focus on the face as well. And these nice color charts indicate this for us. So very sensitive in the darker color out to white and the less darker color. So you can see that change across. We talked about that. The other thing to move on around how we manage body temperature is thinking about this first law of thermodynamics and heat balance. So this is where we have S is for heat storage, and we have M is our metabolic energy production. So we've talked about this and how we're generating heat because we're endothermic, constantly we're generating heat, and that increase in metabolic energy production just increases if we increase our physical activity or our exercise limits. But and then minusing from that is the actual mechanical work done. So we have this metabolic energy production. We have minus the mechanical work done, which is around 25%. So the majority of metabolic energy production is producing heat in this for us as humans. Then we have this E plus or minus evaporative heat transfer. So this is our capacity to lose heat to the environment through evaporative heat loss processes. We have C, which is convective heat transfer. Again, we can either lose or gain through these processes, or radiant heat transfer, we can lose or gain, or conductive heat transfer as well. So these principles here, the evaporative, convective, radiant, and conductive processes are all governed by biophysical properties of our environment around us. And so if we look at this and think about this, this is thinking about the big source of radiation often for us is the sun, or sometimes it could be a radiant heat source, depending on what part of the world you're from. So we get our radiant heat source from the sun. Sometimes our environment can absorb that radiant heat force and then fire it back up to us as well from the ground if you live in a very concrete environment. Evaporative heat loss, a primary one when we're thinking about humans in hot environments is sweat loss and the evaporative heat loss process that occurs through us sweating and that sweat loss evaporating on our skin and helping us lose heat to the environment around us. Convection is thinking, for example, the wind moving across us, so that convection can cool us if it's a cooler wind, or it can warm us, as Andreas said, if that air movement across our bodies is hotter than our skin, then that will begin to warm us as well. And conduction is when we have contact with a solid form, and we can either lose or gain heat through that process. So this is a graphic that was created by a liaison network for us, thinking about this in a working scenario where we have these heat exchange pathways and examples of how we have contracting muscle that's generating heat from that work and increasing our body core temperature as a result, but we're also having to, so we're trying to manage our internal body temperature by releasing that heat we're generating out through our shell, through our skin to the environment around us. And with the environment, those heat exchange pathways are really heavily influenced by the environmental parameters that we have, which is the ambient temperature around us, the humidity, the amount of water content within the air velocity, and the solar radiation, all of which are influencing our evaporative heat loss potential, our convective and conductive, as well as our radiant gains or losses. So just to sum up, to this point, we have our internal body temperature is tightly regulated, excuse me, and heat balance within our bodies is achieved through the regulation of both heat loss and heat production factors. So metabolic heat significantly influences the heat production that's occurring within our bodies, and the rate of that metabolic heat production is dictated by our rate of activity and energy that we're using in that period of time. And also the surrounding environmental temperature, humidity and air motion, sky and ground radiation, as well as our clothing, will influence our body core temperature or our ability to offload or gain heat, depending on which way we want to balance our body core temperature. And this moves me on to this concept of thinking about heat balance and thermoregulation. So again, Andreas mentioned this and highlighted this very nicely for me, that our body temperature is really maintained by balancing our heat gain and heat loss. So when we're in a hot environment, or we're challenged by producing a lot of heat, then we need to rely on our heat loss mechanisms, which I'll talk about, versus if we're in a cold environment, we need to think about conservation or producing heat internally to maintain our body core temperature, which is what we're trying to balance here. So we'll talk briefly about the physiological control of thermoregulation. I'll focus on this side of my schematic, which is about how we lose heat, but just to recognize that on the flip side, we also have these physiological processes that respond when our body temperature falls, to try and preserve or produce heat when we need to. So we'll highlight that, but focus on this side of the schematic. So what happens when our body core temperature increases slightly? We get, first up, it's sense. We have this thermosensors are in our skin and also within the thermoregulatory center of our brain. So we can sense a change in our body temperature through our skin. We can also sense a change in our body core temperature through the thermoregulatory set point, or the thermoregulatory center within our hypothalamus. That thermosensory information is fed through central command, and then the thermoregulatory center then activates a series of physiological efferent responses to activate an appropriate response to try and to maintain and return our body within a homeostatic range. So we activate the adrenal medulla, which will send off a range of adrenaline and noradrenaline, which has a role to play in terms of and a range of cardiovascular and physiological responses in the body. We also will then, central command will activate two key physiological heat loss processes. The first one being the increase vasodilation of blood flow to the skin. So we increase blood flow to our skin when we're warm. We dilate the capillaries within our cutaneous layer to increase the volume of blood that's passing through our shell, and therefore increase the ability for us to offload heat through the shell to the environment. The other element the other key physiological process that's activated is sweat glands secrete fluid, and then that fluid, which is our sweat, sits on our skin, and then and it evaporates from there, and that costs a lot of energy, and so that process we lose a lot of that heat energy, which is what we're trying to do, and therefore we can cool our skin, which is also so that evaporative heat loss process is aiding the cooling of the blood flow that's moving past the skin as well, so that we can return our body core temperature by increasing that heat loss to the environment, and therefore returning our body core temperature to within a homeostatic normal range. So when we're measuring body core temperature, some things to think about within a laboratory, the ideal location would be a thermocouple in the hypothalamus, but that's very invasive, and I've yet to see an ethics committee give me permission to do that. I don't think I'd want to have that done. So we tend to in the lab rely on less direct but accurate sources for different reasons. So the esophageal is one of the key locations you can measure body core temperature, and that's when you put a medical grade thermistor up someone's nose, down the back of their throat, so that the end of the thermocouple rests just by the in the esophagus, near where the blood is returning into the right atrium of the heart. So that's you'll see here, this is a lovely summary from Nigel Taylor. It came out a few years ago, but just looking at all the different types of way that we can measure deep internal body temperature and the variation associated with that. So the esophagus gives a really nice accurate reading of what we'd expect of where the blood should be, the body temperature should be, and very little variation, because the blood returning into the heart is also being pumped up to the brain. So it's a nice surrogate measure in that sense, but can be quite challenging for people to tolerate. Very commonly, you'll see rectal temperature measured as well, because everyone can tend to tolerate it, and it can give some useful readings as well. Again, very little variation, and pretty good consistent resting measures. There's a bit of a lag once people start moving, but rectal is quite good in that sense. But more and more we see gastrointestinal temperature measured. So if the pill's in the stomach, that's no good, because there's a really large variation just depending on what people have, the contents they have in their stomach and what they might be consuming at that time. But the reliability becomes much better once it moves into the upper and lower intestinal tract. However, it's still influenced to some degree by water consumed. So you have to be aware of and measure water intake, and that can be a bit tricky. But because it's a pill people take, it can be so this is the size of the pill, and then you get it's wireless. They can go out and do whatever they're needing to do, and then you can download their temperature. So this is being used very effectively in the lab and also in the field. So the orange box is what we tend to see within laboratory studies. The blue box is what we tend to see in field-based studies. So we have gastrointestinal temperature, as I mentioned. We've got tympanic temperature, which can work well. This is based on the premise that we have the external carotid artery that is coming out from the neck, bypass the tympanic membrane on its way to the brain, or the circle of Willis. So a really nice way of measuring blood as it's going, the temperature of the blood as it's on its way to the brain into the thermoregulatory center. So tympanic can be really useful, but that's with a thermistor that's been properly insulated. So you need to have the thermistor in here, and you need to insulate the thermistor against the temperature of the air, because the skin, the face is, as I mentioned before, is highly thermosensitive, and so we get a lot of interference from tympanic temperature, from the temperature of the air or from the environment, if it's not properly insulated against that with cotton wool. So something like what's more common at home and in medical, you will see in research paper is a infrared tympanic thermometer, where you shoot an infrared beam, and they can have a lot more variability than what we're seeing here. So I would be pretty cautious about using an infrared tympanic, especially when someone's exercising, without knowing how reliable that was. Infrared cameras, we're trying to use those more and more. I think that in the coming years we'll get a bit more confidence around those being used to read body temperature. Sublingual can be okay. And also we've got estimations from continuous heart rate measures as well, which is increasingly used as an indirect way of estimating core body temperature. When we measure skin temperature, the thing to be aware of is that the skin is, unlike body core temperature, the skin is not tightly regulated and varies, skin temperature varies across the body in response to the thermal environment. So this is a nice figure taken from Julian Perriard's, one of his recent reviews, just highlighting as the temperature, ambient temperature changes, there's an array of different temperatures across the body. So the feet aren't as tightly regulated as the face is, again, because that face dominates in terms of our thermosensitivity, and so we tend to keep that a little bit more tightly regulated, and it varies as we go out through the periphery. And as I said, it's unevenly thermosensitive, with the face really dominating both our physiological response and our behavioral response to a change in temperature as well, which I'll touch on why that's so important. When we're measuring skin temperature, because of this variation across all the different parts of the body, as a general rule, we try and take a measurement of skin temperature at various sites. In a laboratory setting would take a minimum of 4 sites, which would be the bicep, the chest, the calf, and the thigh. And that will using an equation, will give a weighted mean based on that. But you'll see some studies. This is a picture, again, from Nigel Taylor's lab with Jim Cotter from a while back. And wherever you may not be able to see, but the individual is covered in it's like a fishing net, a mesh, and at every intersection there's a thermocouple. So they did a really intense mapping of skin temperature across these individuals as they were passively warming and cooling them, just to really map out that array of temperature across the body. We tend to use thermocouples that plug into a logger like this within the lab, but increasingly you'll see eye buttons, which are wireless thermocouples that are used regularly as well. Again, some attempts to use infrared thermography to be able to record and measure radiant heat from the body, and this gives an estimation of superficial temperature, but you would still, this is still in the development phase, I would say, but probably isn't far away from being quite useful, particularly in the field. So that was skin temperature. Now thinking about the other key physiological heat loss mechanism that we rely on as humans, and that is our sweat response. The general pattern is that we tend to have, once we activate our sweat glands to release fluid onto the surface of our skin, it's quite a steep rise, and then it tends to plateau. But just like our skin, we're not uniformed in how we sweat across the body, which, if we think about it, we may intuitively recognize that in terms of where we tend to sweat hardest or feel it more. So we might feel it on our face more so than we do on, say, our forearm. Then it may take a while for us to really bead and see sweat form on other parts of our body. So this figure here, you can see the sweat rate on the forehead is the highest, and then we have the shank, the thigh. So this is the upper body, the thigh, and then the foot as well as at the lower end. Something to be aware of, and just to keep in the back of our minds as well, is that there is a inhibitory effect of how well we will activate our sweat glands depending on the pressure of the skin. So if we have compression garments on, we'll inhibit that, so that there's a local reflex component to our sweat response that will feed back and say there's no point sweating, there's something on top of the skin, it won't be as effective. So I guess the body is maintaining that balance of sweating to lose heat and losing body water to lose heat to the environment versus maintaining our body water for other homeostatic processes within the body. There's also a inhibitory effect if we have a lot of water on our skin. So if our skin is very wet, then we won't, again, that's a local reflex response that will inhibit our sweat output. So if we're unable to lose the sweat from our skin for whatever reason, and the skin is staying on the sweat is staying on our skin, and we have a wet skin surface that will provide us that will inhibit our sweat response through this local reflex component. We also can decline or inhibit our sweat response if we've been sweating for a very prolonged period, and this can be through the central osmotic and baroreceptors that we have. So if we lose too much of our body water, or if we lose too much of the salt content through our sweat, then we'll start to that'll be sensed by our baroreceptors and osmoreceptors within our internally, and that will inhibit us from losing any more. So just to highlight again that this heat loss through sweat evaporation is the principal avenue of heat loss during exercise in most environments, and that's a really crucial one. We really we easily can maximize our ability to lose heat through increasing the skin blood flow alone through convective and conductive processes, and we heavily rely on evaporation, and that's what really separates humans from other animals as well. We heavily rely on that evaporative principle. How do we measure sweat rate? Probably the most common way we do it, both in the lab and in the field, is through we measure whole body sweat rate, and we think about body mass change. So this relies on very accurate measurements of body mass. So we so we tend to ask people to do a nude body mass measurement on a scale that's very sensitive. And then we get them to weigh themselves before an activity, and then we get them to weigh them afterwards. So the reason why I say nude body mass is because sweat will collect in clothing, and that will throw off our measurements quite considerably. So that's part of the reason there. And when we're thinking about body mass change and sweat loss, we also have to think about if people have drunk or eaten anything as well, and factor that into our calculation. So that's possible to do within a lab, becomes increasingly challenging to do in the field. Some other ways that are becoming more and more frequently seen in the field, ventilated capsules. We do this a lot in the lab, but more companies are looking to develop this, and you're seeing some more provision of this in terms of technology. So this can provide you in this case, you have some sort of airflow, and then a ventilated capsule that's also measuring the airflow as well as the change in humidity that's coming off the skin. And that gives you that thermoregulatory sweat loss control, or kinetic, as it were. So various validity depending on the device and the scenario that you're in. The other way that we think about sweat rate sometimes is with a patch collection. So a cotton bud, at its basic level, cotton wool that's placed on the skin very quickly and taken off. And again, you have a very fine, highly sensitive scale that's measuring that change in mass from the cotton bud, so you can get that idea of how much you've absorbed. And if you measure the time, then you can get a rate. But more often than not, we do a patch collection. You spin it out, and you get the electrolytes, and you can look at the electrolyte balance within the solution, which can, within an individual sweat, which can give you some idea of what's going on for them. It's very useful in clinical scenarios, but quite a limited number of clinical scenarios or diseases affect thermoregulatory responses, but more often we think about it from a sodium electrolyte loss perspective. I will also want to talk about, so we've talked about how we use thermoregulatory measures in the lab, and we sometimes can translate those to the field. More often than not, we rely in the field on heat stress indexes, and particularly when we're thinking at a population level, either for public health or for occupational medicine, this becomes increasingly important, thinking about how we can use our parameters to think about how the population's at risk as a whole. So heat stress indices are used to predict the physiological strain that an individual is experiencing from the environmental conditions. And essentially what they do is they give one single number that represents a number of interactions that are happening between the basic climate parameters. So most heat stress indices will at least incorporate as a bare minimum air temperature and humidity. And so in the US, for example, they use the heat stress index quite a lot, which combines these two and gives you one value for it. More detailed heat stress indices, air temperature, humidity, air velocity, and mean radiant temperature will be measured in some capacity, and then they then have a correction or a consideration for clothing and for the metabolic rate. So the amount of metabolic heat being produced by an individual, that's the metabolic rate. They'll have a correction factor for that, or a consideration, and the same for the clothing. So probably the most well-known one, which was alluded to by Andreas, was the WBGT, so the Wet Bulb Globe Index, which measures air temperature, humidity, air velocity, and mean radiant temperature, ideally, if you have a device like this. This is the Quest Temp, this is the Kestrel, and this you can then use, it gives you one value, which can be either in Fahrenheit or in degrees Celsius, but it's a composite of all the basic environmental parameters. And then you can also apply some correction factors depending on what people are doing and what they're wearing as well. So this can be a useful way of identifying where people, at a population level, the risk that people are at and potential physiological strain they may experience. But it's not perfect, and it can be challenging in different ways. So we've talked about the physiological aspects, but it would be remiss of me not to say that behavior has a far greater influence on how we regulate our body temperature and how we manage thermal comfort within an environment. Behavior really drives us, and what we do in terms of behavior is a far bigger factor. As much as I am a physiologist, I have to admit behavior has a bigger role to play than our physiology, because we have a somewhat limited window which physiologically we can do something about, and we tend to, our physiology will then drive us to take action if we're able to. So our behavior can be something like taking a break, slowing our pace, taking on fluids, seeking shade and shelter if we need to. But sometimes we're in environments that our behavior is somewhat dictated to us, and so we might have other external factors that preclude us from taking a behavioral action we prefer, and we just and we choose to ignore those discomfort signals. For example, if you're working in an environment where you're paid per piece rate, so by how much you do, then you might push through your thermal discomfort in order to earn enough for that day, or you might be required to wear protective clothing in that environment, in a very hot environment, to protect yourself from other elements that are more risky in the immediate, but then you have to deal with that increased heat load as well. So at this point, I thought I would take a little moment to put a question out there to make you think about this in your own context. What sort of environment do you find most comfortable? Do you prefer a hot to a cold environment? I guess that's the first gradation we can think about. If you do, if you're thinking about a hot environment, you prefer a hot environment. Is it hot and dry? Is it hot and wet? Do you like to be in the sun in a hot environment? Do you like to be in the shade in the hot environment? Versus in the cold, do you like cold and dry, cold and wet, or being in the sun or in the shade? So we can think about that as where we find it most comfortable, and then we can also think about what we find to be the most uncomfortable. And I'm intrigued. I wish we could have a little bit more interaction, but I know we're tight on time. But for me, I prefer the cold. I don't like being in the sun. I come from a place in the world where we have very strong sunlight, much like yourselves, and so you get trained at an early age to avoid that if you when you can, at the heat of the day, and to seek shade. But so I don't mind the cold and dry, but mainly because I also know that you can wear clothes and woolly jumpers to combat that, where to a point you can only do so much in the heat. It's very different from most people I work with in the UK. They really like the heat. They want to get to a hot place. But I think that's part of the grass is always greener. So, and the reason I wanted to ask you this is to think about, well, what is the difference between a hot humid versus a hot dry? Most times if I ask that question, if you think about, I prefer a hot environment, most people would like a hot dry environment. They don't like it when it's very humid. And this is because when we're in that hot humid environment, we've got a high water content within the air. We're not able to lose heat effectively through evaporative heat process, because there's that water gradient from the skin with the sweat loss to the environment is really narrowed. And so we have sweat that pulls on our skin. It makes us feel very uncomfortable and sticky. And that's a problem for us because, and I think we're supposed to feel uncomfortable in that scenario because we're not able to offload heat very well. So having to manage a hot, humid environment versus a hot, dry is something to consider. Something else to consider is that, you know, seeking the shade, often doing work in the early hours of the morning, and if you are in a hot place, as you know, you get out, you enjoy the first hours of the morning. It's absolutely beautiful and cool and comfortable, and then we tend to avoid that midday heat if we possibly can. And also thinking about our external environment versus our microenvironment. So, you know, what clothing do we like to wear when we're in a hot environment versus the microenvironment our clothing creates for us, and is that a further challenge for us as well? So coming back to this heat balance equation, I mentioned that these principles here in the thermodynamic equation are governed by the biophysical properties of our environment around us. So a key factor for evaporative heat transfer is our ability, our skin to ambient vapor pressure gradient. So how much water content there is in the air and how much we can offload any evaporative water or any sweat on our skin, how easily we can evaporate that to the environment around us is really dependent on that gradient. So if it's a very humid environment, that really narrows and challenges that gradient, and that's how we get skin sweat staying on our skin, which becomes increasingly uncomfortable. For these factors, convective, radiant, and conductive, whether they're plus or minuses, where they make us feel uncomfortable or comfortable, really depends on that temperature gradient as well, whether we're moving into very hot environments or temperate environments to cool environments. So just to think about in the interim, a hot and humid environment is stressful for us, and it's stressful because of that high humidity, that water content in the air, and that challenge it produces, the narrowing of that vapor gradient, and the challenge for us to offload heat through evaporative heat loss processes. And that becomes really challenging for us. When we're thinking about thermoregulatory measures, we have to think about how sensitive they are, how practical they are, how useful they are, the usability in the field, how reliable, and their validity as well. So that can be a bit of a challenge for us to measure core temperature. It can really influence how well we're doing, but the challenge is then how do you measure it in a field environment? So just lastly, I want to talk about heat imbalance. So we've talked about how we try and maintain it. What happens if there's an imbalance and we get we're impaired in our ability to offload heat and we gain too much. So working or exercising in a hot environment certainly can increase that level of heat stress that an individual is exposed to. So we've talked about the environment, the temperature gradient and the vapor pressure gradient can really dictate if we get an increase in our ambient temperature, if we get a high vapor pressure, then the narrowing of the gradient between our skin, our shell, and the environment creates a stressful environment for us. On top of that, if we're doing physical activity, whether it's for work or recreational purposes, that can add to that stress because of the metabolic heat production we're producing. So the intensity, the frequency, the duration, and the mode of exercise we're doing all combine to influence the level of stress that physical activity induces on us. And that stress moves through to strain. And when I talk about strain in my field, we're thinking about the overall physiological response resulting from the stress or the stressor. So heat strain is a physiological response to these heat stresses, which is the environment and the physical activity. And so our physiological response is that we're trying to maintain our body core temperature, and so we affect our physiological heat loss responses, and if they're not enough, then we'll get this gradual increase in our internal body temperature, and that's a key indicator of heat strain for us as humans. So we just summing that up, we get this increase in our body core temperature, we get increase in stress hormones. Again, I mentioned the adrenal medulla as part of the effective response to a change in body core temperature or a sensing of change in body temperature. We get our sweat response, this redistribution of blood flow, which can then really, the increase in blood flow to the skin to increase our heat loss capacity through the skin, elicits an increase in heart rate. So we're trying to manage the blood flow to our skin while managing other key blood flow requirements in the body. So to do that, we increase our heart rate so we can increase our cardiac output. We also can change the blood osmolarity as well. Because sweat contains electrolytes, we lose a little bit of that, but we actually lose more water than electrolytes in sweat as well. So that means that our blood becomes more concentrated, more salty. We get this change in our osmolarity. And the other key effort is as we increase, as we have this increase in body core temperature, it feels harder. It's harder for us to maintain and to persist with. Now, I talked about environment and physical activity. There's also nutrition and medications. So the substrates that we have access to can really influence the level of stress and then the strain, water, vitamins, minerals as well. So as I said, sweating can influence that nutrient balance, and that can really elevate the stress and therefore the strain that we're under as well when we're in a hot environment. And this is linked to the concept of dehydration and heat stress. So dehydration is often talked very closely or in addition to heat stress because of that reliance that we have on evaporative heat loss and that loss of body water and a little bit of electrolytes that occurs through the sweating process. So a consistent, persistent increase in sweat rate leads us to progressive dehydration, and that will lead us to decrease our plasma volume and increase our plasma osmolarity. And as Andreas alluded to, this drop in plasma volume really increases the cardiovascular demand on us, and we have to work harder. Our heart has to work harder to pump blood to the vital organs and to the working muscle. And then this change in plasma osmolarity. We're okay initially, but if it's over a really prolonged period, like a work shift, then that can become problematic for us as well. Probably the other key concept that I want to raise as well is that dehydration leads to a more rapid increase in body core temperature. So, and this is thinking about the heat storage. So if you go back to that thermodynamic principle. We had S stands for heat storage, and we had all these processes that are influencing the amount of heat that we're storing. But as a starting off point, dehydration can really influence our ability to store and manage heat internally as well. Because if we have a lot of water, it takes us a lot longer to heat up, where if we've got less body water through dehydration or hyperhydration, if we start in a low body water state, we'll more rapidly increase our body core temperature as a result. So that can be a really confounding issue. And therefore, dehydration can really increase the impact of heat stress and make it from a risk to a life-threatening scenario. Having a low body water can impact several processes, cardiovascular function, our sweat production, our cognition. It starts to interfere with our decision-making processes, which, if we're relying on behavior as a key way of regulating our body temperature, becomes really critical. And then that amount of internal heat sink as well, so how much heat we're able to store. And it can wipe out all the benefits of protective elements we've put in place. So improved fitness, or if we're acclimated, we can wipe out those protective benefits we get from these two factors if we're dehydrated when we go into a heat stressful environment. So just to highlight that the risks of when we're hyperhydrated, and particularly when we're under heat stress, are vast and linked very much to what Andreas has already talked around heat stress as well. There is a risk of over drinking that tends to be in recreational scenarios or occasionally in sporting environments. But it's important we keep thinking about the balance and allowing people to drink to thirst and maybe not being too prescriptive in the volume. So having water and electrolyte solutions readily available to people is really important to avoid these elements. When we're measuring hydration status in the lab, we typically have these ways. We look at urine osmolarity or density. It's very cheap, it's non-invasive, it's very easy to measure, but it's I would call it a crude measurement, and meaning that it only detects large changes in fluid, and it can lag behind plasma osmolarity measures. If we can, we take a blood sample, and that can give us a more accurate understanding of where people are at. But it is invasive and requires storage and specialized equipment. We also can use changes in body mass very effectively, but you just need to have a very accurate set of scales, and again, just talking about nude body mass is best, and thinking about the fluid and food, you must record and weigh exactly everything that goes in between those measurements, so that can be a real challenge in certain environments. In the field, typically, if we're working with athletes or workers, we might use a combination of different hydration measures. So you can use body mass changes, we can use urine indices, and we can also use thirst sensation. And the combination of all of those together can be really helpful in terms of understanding or accurately identifying if someone is dehydrated. So we can minimize some of the challenges or the potential mishaps that can occur with these different measures. So we've talked about the stress, the strain, our physiological response to that, and then thinking about adaptation now. So how do we adapt to heat stress, and what is possible? So Andreas mentioned heat acclimation or heat acclimatization, and that's the process that we have where we can physiologically adapt or change some of our, upregulate some of our physiological processes so we can manage and defend our body core temperature better and manage heat stress a little bit better as well. Just to mention, as Andreas said, the time when we're thinking about heat acclimation, we have these different physiological responses that occur. So these are considered the classic markers of heat acclimation. When an individual is heat acclimatized, you get this increase in plasma volume expansion. So that means you have a greater amount of total body water, which means that you're starting from a point of having more body water available to lose through evaporative heat loss processes. You're also starting from a point where you've got more total body water to absorb the heat in terms of that internal heat sink. We have core temperature. You get a lowering in your body core temperature. And so, and that's very useful when we're entering into a hot environment, because we're starting out at a lower point and we've got further to go before we hit a threshold, which may be dangerous for us. So, that's always a good point. You also, through this plasma volume expansion extensively, you get a drop in terms of your heart rate when you're under heat stress. So you reduce that cardiovascular strain when you're under heat stress. You increase your sweat rate. And your sweat efficiency, which is probably the most important aspect of that sweat acclimation adaptation. So you're able to sweat more efficiently, and you can sweat more to offload heat more effectively to your environment through that evaporative heat loss process. And you also become more comfortable. So your perception of heat stress and how uncomfortable you are changes. Now, this is a nice figure again I've borrowed from Julian Perriard. He's published this a number of years ago now, but just thinking about and being able to demonstrate the different thermoregulatory responses to heat acclimation and the time course of those adaptations. And so with repeat exposures every day in a classic heat acclimation process, which would involve exercising in a hot environment for at least 90 minutes, you'll see most of those adaptations occur within 4 to 6 days. And then a gradual, so there's a rapid onset and improvement, and then a bit of a tapering off and a steady after that. In a work scenario, we tend to promote at least 2 weeks of heat acclimation, just because of the consistent nature of what's required for this type of heat acclimation. And it tends to be in a work environment, you may see more intermittent heat exposures and not this day consecutive exposure that has to be at a very high heat strain as well. So just to give you a bit of background and context to those responses as well. So we've talked about the heat exchange pathways in some detail now. And I know Andreas mentioned that, so we've thought about to some extent the environment and how that is influencing our ability to regulate our body temperature. We've talked about how when we are moving and are physically active, we're generating heat, and that's increasing our challenge in terms of being able to manage that rise in core temperature, because we have to offload it to our environment depending on how hot and how humid our environment is. But other personal factors, as Andreas mentioned, age certainly has an impact, biological sex potentially, body surface area, so how much surface area we've got interacting, or how much shell have we got interacting with the environment can certainly impact our ability to offload heat. Our aerobic fitness, as I mentioned earlier, and there's a number of others. There's also task-dependent factors that really affect our heat balance, and that's the rate of metabolic heat production, as well as clothing, because of that microenvironment. And just to mention really, really briefly, that clothing creating that microclimate is a really important factor, especially once we're looking into work settings, I would say. So we have our skin here. We've got, and ideally we're dilating and increasing blood flow to the skin. If we're hot, increasing our sweat rate, our evaporative heat loss by pushing out fluid onto the skin surface so that it can be evaporated to the environment. But what happens when we have a layer of clothing? Well, it creates a barrier, and then we get this little microclimate that's occurring between the skin, the clothing, and then the outside environment. Now, and sometimes we need that microenvironment to keep us comfortable and warm. If we're in a temperate environment, if we're in a cold environment, it's absolutely essential. But when we're in a hot environment, it can really inhibit our ability to lose heat. So, and that depends on how much water vapor is able to pass through that material easily, and the thickness of the material in terms of that temperature gradient as well. So that's something to think about: the insulative properties of clothing, the water vapor resistance of garments worn when we're moving, the reflective properties if we're in a space where we're getting a lot of radiant heat source and we want to reflect as much of that as possible, and also ventilation. So airflow is really crucial. So we need air to move across the skin to be able to lose heat through evaporative heat loss process and through convection as well. So that concept is really critical to maintain. And as Andreas mentioned, we've got these different risk factors for exertional heat illness, which he touched on really nicely. So this was going to be my segue to lead on to what he was going to talk about as well. So we've mentioned just briefly some personal factors. I've mentioned very briefly cardiorespiratory fitness. I've gone into a little bit more detail around acclimatization or acclimation. Cardiorespiratory fitness does some of the work of acclimation, and that's why it can protect us against the heat. So we get some of the benefits of acclimation just through exercising and raising our core temperature through regular intense exercise. But I would say even fit individuals benefit from acclimatization. So that should be an and, not an either or. Hydration certainly has a big impact on our ability to defend ourselves against the heat. Something to be really aware of is different medications, which I know Andreas mentioned. And if someone has got any underlying illness or malaise, which is affecting their fever or their body core temperature with a fever or their metabolic rate, that can be really problematic. Something else which we think about is fatigue or sleep deprivation. That disrupts your circadian rhythm, and that can really put people into a vulnerable space when it comes to heat illness as well as their initial thermal status. Sex differences. I won't go into this too much. I'll leave this in case there's a question. This is a really interesting question. Just to summarize it, at a physiological level, and this is based on research that's been done in mice and rats, largely mice, and in humans as well. So we know that there's a difference between males and females in terms of fitness status and VO2 max at a population level, certainly. At a population level, there's a difference in muscle mass, and the body surface area differs as well. So males tend to have a higher VO2 max at a population level. They tend to have more muscle mass at a population level. It's all connected to the sex hormones and the propensity that testosterone has for building muscle, which men have more of. And that's fine. Women tend to have a greater body surface area to mass ratio. So we have smaller mass, but more surface area. So we're generating less heat through metabolic heat production because we've got less muscle and we've got more surface area to offload it. So that can benefit us in some scenarios. And then we have this sex hormone fluctuation. Females have more fluctuations across the menstrual cycle than men do. So that tends to be what the physiological characteristics that can influence heat tolerance at a population level. During exertional heat stress, if we match these things between not the females and not the sex hormones, but if we match body surface area, body muscle mass and fitness between males and females, we almost completely remove any biological sex differences. Except for under a very high heat load, men are able to sweat a little bit more than females, but largely we can remove a lot of those things. But again, at a population level, that's not always there. And this is a review we're just putting out that we also have, there's biological sex differences. There's also gender differences that will change across different scenarios. That might mean that men are more vulnerable because of what they're doing in that space, or it might mean that women are more vulnerable because of what they're doing and the behavioural actions that are occurring. So I think this is a really interesting area of research. But I will say, as a final point, we really have very little data on females as a general rule. So it's wonderful to hear of the work that Vidhya is doing in this space and Andreas is doing in this space. We just need to make sure we're putting out good recommendations that are based on good evidence. Again, just to sum up, what's the problem with being too hot? We get this, ultimately we get this reduced capacity, physiological and psychological, which impacts our ability to perform and can make us susceptible to illness as well. And in a workspace, that also we have this increased risk of accidents, which can be a real challenge depending on the work that you're doing. So this is it, my final summary. We tightly regulate our internal body temperature. Our heat balance within our bodies is achieved through the regulation of heat loss and heat production factors. Metabolic heat significantly influences the amount of heat production we're producing, and that's directly linked to the volume of activity that we're doing. Our surrounding environment, the temperature, the humidity, the air motion, the sky and ground radiation, the clothing that we're wearing, all influences our ability to offload heat if we need to. And therefore, we need to think about that when we're trying to protect ourselves against heat strain. But although we have physiological responses that are really useful, but they have limits and they also have limitations attached to them. And our behavioural responses actually really significantly influence body temperature regulation. So thinking about the constraints to people's behaviour or encouraging appropriate behavioural responses is key. And we really find hot humid environments the most challenging because of that, the reduction in the gradient between in temperature gradient and the vapor pressure gradient. So we can't offload as easily the heat we're generating, the water we're generating and putting on the surface, or the body fluid we're putting on our surface for the sweat evaporative heat loss. We can't lose that as quickly or as easily to the environment. Environmental conditions, our physical activity levels and our nutritional status all affect the levels of heat stress and strain experienced by an individual. Sweating leads to dehydration, which further compounds the impacts of heat stress. And we do have some capacity to adapt and improve our physiological to heat stress, but from a physiological perspective, that's very limited. So behaviour is key. And there's an array of different factors that can influence the risk of heat illness or injury. And just to sum up, that when we get the combination of this internal heat production alongside environmental heat stress produces a greater physical strain, increases our body temperature, and that leads us to this health risk, this increase in accident risk, and a reduction in our productivity, which in a work environment is becoming increasingly problematic. We're seeing that around the world. Right, that is it from me. Thank you very much for your attention and your patience.
Rebecca, thank you very much for that. I think that was extremely useful, and it complemented very nicely with Andreas's inputs earlier on. And I think once again, sort of reinforce some of the key concepts that both of you were raising. And like I said for him, I mean, I think it just shows how complex this problem is. And you know, from an epidemiological point of view, we try to understand this, but also, you know, when we start to talk about how do you put into place medical surveillance programs in the workplace, and the issues you're raising are quite fundamental to that. So hopefully by the end of tomorrow, we would all of us who are here working with workers in the workplace would have a better understanding. So lots of questions have come up in the Q&A, and I'm going to raise them so you don't have to look through them. I'm going to, Dion's asked quite a few questions. I'll go through one or two of his and make sure that we distribute this equally. Okay. Dion's question: it was mentioned that the best way to lower core body temperature is submersion in cold water, example at 4 degrees. Is that acceptable or is that dangerous?
No, I agree with Andreas. my only, I would, so if this is, we're talking about a heat stroke individual here. So someone who is critical, and if you do not put immediate medical intervention to lower their body core temperature within half an hour, they have serious lifelong consequences or easily can die. In that scenario, you want to put them in water, because water is such a great means of convection for us. So we have airflow, and we think about airflow and how that moves across the skin. Well, the water is even more powerful because of the density that it has. And so we can rapidly change our shell and rapidly change our core as a consequence, as if we fully submerge. I'm not a clinician, so I don't really want to give medical recommendations, but from the people that I work with around this topic, the key is getting them in water as quickly as possible and submerging them as quickly as possible if you're able to. Cooling them by any means is critical. If you put them in temperate water, it would be life-saving. But getting them that 4-degree water, I think, is just that would be the ideal scenario to rapidly cool someone's skin. And the point is that I don't think, I guess you might be concerned about autonomic conflict that can occur if you drop someone who's very hot into very cold water, but that would be, yeah, that can occur, but that you tend to have a very elevated sympathetics, i.e. you're very excited in a race scenario or hyperventilating already, and if someone's collapsed, they're on another trajectory, I would say. So I'd be less worried about that and more worried about rapidly cooling them as fast as I could. But if you're worried about it, you could you put them in, you pour the water, and then by the time you get the water down to 4 degrees, it would, you can gradually do that within a few minutes with very safe.
I mean, I think if you, as you say, it may just be a medical emergency, and particularly for situations where workers are working in outlying areas, accessing emergency health care may not be easily accessible, and health professionals need to know how to handle these cases in the settings that they are. So that's quite important. I think maybe we can take that up in further discussion when we're doing the medical inputs tomorrow with Christina. I know Christina is already here, but just let's get through all your questions first, and then if we have time, we can hand over to Christina. So there's another question here from Prof. Gina, pediatric pulmonologist. He says, can you comment on the role of the respiratory system in controlling temperature? Is it worth measuring? And what is the impact of heat on respiratory health?
Yeah, there's a small impact. So we lose a little bit of heat when we're under heat stress. We lose a little bit of heat through respiratory pathways, I guess. So through panting. There's been a little bit of debate in the literature whether humans do pant and whether that's helping cool the brain a little bit. I would say there is a small element to that, but I would put it in the minor category, and I would focus on the surface area, which is a much bigger part of our thermoregulatory process rather than panting. It does have an impact, but in terms of how you measure that and then factoring that in versus everything else, it's quite complicated, and at the end of the day, it's a minor change, I would argue.
And then keeping on looking at sort of a longer term health outcomes, Dion's got another question. Heat exposures and its impact on chronic cardiac outcomes.
Yeah, I think this is a really nice, interesting question. Thank you for raising it. I think there's 2 areas of work that I look at. I look at and everything under the banner of heat and health, but I look at one spectrum where I use heat to promote positive physiological changes to improve cardiovascular health. And then because heat stress mimics what happens with exercise. And so a big part of exercise, as we've just talked about, is that it generates heat. And so a big part of the positive adaptations, and we know that exercise is a multi-plurant treatment and prevention strategy for a whole host of morbidities and for chronic diseases. So if people can't exercise or don't want to, if you can just provide some of the heat stress, that will give you some of those benefits, not all of them, but some of them. So, but on the flip side, so if someone is gradually, safely exposed to heat stress, I believe it will have a positive impact on their chronic disease state or their general health. The issue when we're moving into a warmer climate, or we're moving into a space where people can't regulate or have just a safe exposure and just having a reprieve. So there's a big difference between an hour or two of exposure to improve your health versus 24 hours or 48 hours if you're in a sudden heat wave and you get none of that respite and recovery. So I think that's the real key issue here, is thinking about, for people with chronic diseases in a heat wave scenario, is that they need relief and they need to reduce the strain on their system, because their system will be under strain. Absolutely. So we see with heat waves that, cardiovascular and mortality occurs within those first 2 days because of that consequence. And so it's a bit of a both end, I think. Hopefully that helped.
So one last question before we just take a few minutes break and then go into the next session. This is something I think is you particularly interested in, is the issue around subcutaneous fat and the differences between male and female. Does this have a protective? Does this have a adverse effect for females? Yeah.
So the insulative properties of fat certainly have a role. They have a greater role when it comes to heat conservation, but that's balanced out in females because men have more muscle, so they generate more heat and energy in a larger blood volume. So I think those elements are interesting. On the heat stress side, yes, it will have an impact, but not as much as other processes that I talked about today. So certainly when people are working through models, they're factoring it in, and it's a point of contention. But I think there's probably other avenues or issues that we need to think about as well. So it's also that balance between fat and muscle mass, and that's an interesting dilemma. The body surface area, if you've got, with fat mass, you might be increasing your surface area, but it becomes a detrimental scenario. But I think it's a theoretical question that's interesting to tease out. There's probably other health-related issues when people are really increasing their body size and their fat mass that are probably more problematic when it comes to health than just managing the heat. So it would be the load on the cardiovascular system that would be the biggest issue, I would say.
Okay, great. All right. Rebecca, once again, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for a really great presentation. And so I think what we'll do now, we've got 5 minutes before we schedule to start the next session. We should perhaps just take a 5-minute stretch break, and then not sure if Vidhya is back online, but Vidhya is up next as well. And then as soon as she comes in, we can get started with the next session. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. And please remember, complete your registrations on the Google Forms if you want CPD points. SIO has approved the symposium, so you will get a point or half a point for the session. Thank you very much. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Thanks, Rebecca.
Hi, Vidhya. You're muted.
Am I late? Sorry, I think I
No,
wasn't.
you're not late. We just finished with Becky, and so we had a few minutes. So giving everybody a stretch break, and
Okay.
then we'll get started. I know it's gone pretty late at your end now, right? What's the
Yeah,
time
it's
here?
6 o'clock now.
6 o'clock. Okay. All right. Thanks very much for coming on.
Sure,
So
sure.
maybe
It's a pleasure.
you can start putting up, sharing your screen.
Sure, sure. Okay. So Becky probably had given a complete idea about the pathophysiology and everything, right? Rajan?
Your sound went away again. You said Becky probably had.
Becky probably had given a complete idea about the pathophysiology and everything too, right?
That's right. Becky and Andreas covered that as well in his session.
Okay, good, 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 good.
Great. Now your presentation is coming up quite nicely. All right, colleagues, I think we'll get started with the session. I know it's been a long day, but I think you're getting the sense of the flow of our presentation. We started this first session this morning with Vidhya, which gave us a broad overview of the challenges that workers face in a hot environment. We then followed this up with Andreas speaking about the health effects specifically, and then now Rebecca speaking to us about the physiological effects and the approaches to measure this. Vidhya is now going to take over, and mostly from a occupational hygiene point of view, how do we assess exposure in the field? How do we assess exposure that workers experience? Vidhya, I'm not going to go through to your. Okay, maybe I should, because there may be a few people that were not here this morning, but very quickly, Prof. Venugopal is an occupational hygienist and a climate change scientist, 15 years specialization and expertise in conducting epidemiological studies, including climate change and heat-related health impacts, working with a whole range of collaborators across Europe, China, Indonesia, US, Australia, and Central America and Sri Lanka, collaborating with agencies such as the National Institutes of Health Research in the UK, and she's currently directing the Global Health Research Center for Environmental Change and Non-Communicable Diseases. Vidhya, that's a bit of a summary for your long CV, but I think people have met you already this morning. So over to you.
Thank you very, very much. I'm hi participants again. It's again a pleasure to come back to you guys. What Andrea spoke and what Rebecca spoke, we will still touch upon a couple of things today. There will be definitely overlaps between these presentations. So you can view it as something like, you're getting a second view of it. That's about it. Because there has to be overlaps. Otherwise, the whole presentation doesn't come along. So just bear with us for this. So sometimes certain slides might, oh my goodness, she has already spoken about it, but we'll just touch upon it. That's about it. Okay. So what I am intending to do, and what Rajan had told us, we would be speaking about how do we do the heat exposure measures, and what are the monitoring methodologies that we had used for our research studies. Now, most of this I would be using, we have done both indoors and outdoors. And so we will combine all of these, and then and that's what my presentation is about. So generally, again, like I said, Andreas and Rebecca might have spoken about it, but what affects us in the immediate environment around us is called a microclimate. It would be usually a short-term or a temporary weather condition that can vary within hours, days, or seasons, not within minutes sometime. But and these environmental variables usually include temperature. Temperature could be like globe temperature, that means the radiant temperature, or it could be the ambient temperature. It could be the wind speed, and it could be the humidity. These are all short-term changes that usually affects a person. And when you're speaking about occupational heat stress, that is exactly what we are speaking. And especially when you're speaking about measuring these What we are measuring is this small microclimate changes, not the long-term changes. So that is what something that you need to take into your mind right now. So when heat stress, again, let me tell, it's a combined heat load that is imposed on a worker from the contributions from the environmental temperatures and the metabolic heat that is generated inside the body because of the work that you do, and which is also influenced by the type of clothing that's worn by the workers. And again, I'm sure like they have explained everything in totality, so I'm not going to go too much into it, okay? So when we speak about heat exchange of an individual, especially the worker, we are speaking about external factors such as the solar radiation, air temperature, air humidity, and the radiation from ground or from a process, and the wind. When the internal factors would be the metabolic heat production because of the kind of work we do, medium work, heavy workload, or light work like you're sitting, standing, that's light work, or very heavy work like shoveling snow or sand, or running a marathon, all of that would be high work. And then there are some additional factors, like I said, it's a clothing factor, because clothing is the one that actually impedes or facilitates your evapotranspiration from the sweat. Sweat is a natural air conditioner for the body. Sweat is a natural air conditioner for the body, and I'm sure Rebecca and Flores have already spoken about it. Okay, so by convection, conduction, and evaporation, and that is the whole way the body interacts, and that's whole mechanism began heat exchange in the body. And there is something called the human thermal imbalance. Again, I'm sure they might have spoken about it. There is a body gains its heat from metabolism, convection, radiation, conduction, and if it's shivering also. It loses heat by evaporation, convection, radiation, conduction, respiration, and excretion. Excretion could be you breathing, you're breathing out, your urine, everything carries heat outside the body. So this is heat gain and this is heat loss. So what is produced in the body, if it's not equal to what is lost by the body, then there is something called a human thermal imbalance that happens. Okay, and the human the thermal balance gets worse if it's greater than 40 degrees centigrade. Okay, so the pathophysiological mechanism, like I said, they have already spoken about it. The first thing that the body faces when you have heat stress is the heat strain symptoms. There is an increase in the skin temperature. There are changes in your urine, There are changes in your urine color and volume too. There is a change in the osmolality. Your body weight goes down. The total body water, there is a loss in the total body weight also. Water loss is there. You sweat because of that, it happens. And your core body temperature rises. These are the first things that happens when you're exposed to heat. Okay. And because there is a heat dissipation failure, means your body heat gain in the body is not lost, then there is a heat dissipation failure and your core body temperature rises, that leads to a thermal strain. If there is a thermal strain, then there is a cardiovascular strain, which puts strain on the cardiovascular system. The body your heart has to pump faster and more than it is necessary to, so it puts a strain on your cardiovascular system. The next thing would be the dehydration, because you're sweating, fluid and electrolyte loss, impairing thermoregulation. Again, like one starts and it's a negative spiral that happens. Next happens is a cellular damage. Your it loses water. When there is cellular dehydration that happens, it disrupts the protein functions and damages the cell membranes as well. So when earlier in my presentation, I mentioned about the renal health problems for workers in cashew nut industry, in salt pans and in steel industry because of exposures to heat. And all of this is happening because of dehydration and due to hypothermia in the renal blood flow, or there could be damages because of acute kidney injury that happens in your tubules also. So it all is because of the occupational heat stress. So For us to understand heat exposure monitoring, why should we monitor heat stress? Okay, like I said, it is because of environmental exposures and individual activity levels. So there are two things that we need to measure. One is your environmental exposure. Next is your individual activity levels, which can be done by observation or by measurement also. And your monitoring actually helps to assess the risks of heat-related illnesses, where how the high levels are, identify vulnerable individuals and locations. Today morning, when I presented the results of the steel industry, you saw the heat strain levels were different in different locations. Okay, so it is very easy. It will be easier for people to monitor and find out which location requires little bit more help, or where the interventions have to go. So it is it is important to monitor heat stress in these areas. And also we develop evidence-based mitigation strategies. So one is the personal heat exposure, which focuses on what an individual experiences in the immediate environment, which is a micro environment. Also, it accounts for variations due to activity levels, clothing, and the level of hydration the person has. Next thing that we do is area exposure. Area exposure is what surrounds us, measures the environmental conditions at a broader spatial scale. When you mean broader spatial scale, in this location, for example, this room is about 10 feet by 10 feet, and then I measure this. If there are 5 workers, this WBGT or whatever that I am measuring here is attributable to all the workers in this room. If the temperatures are not different in this different area, in this 10 by 10 feet room, this WBG is attributable to all the workers. But when it comes to personal heat exposures, it will be only for that person, because you will be individually measuring their personal core body temperature or whatever. Okay, whatever the WBGT is. So how do we measure all these parameters? Okay, we usually use something called a WBGT. I'm sure like Rebecca and Flores have spoken about it. And WBGT is a number that is calculated, it's an index that's calculated as a combination of humidity, radiant heat, ambient temperature readings. This number is then combined with the workload to determine the heat stress potential that the worker is actually facing. This is a recommend, and then it also recommends a workers regimen for the corresponding WBGT value. So the WBGT value is not one single value. It's a value that differs for different people with different workloads. Why should we measure WBGT, and what is the reasoning behind doing WBGT? There are lots of indexes. For example, very popular indexes are about 440 of them. And why did we select WBGT? It is an internationally standardized gold standard for worker population. So that is why we are doing WBGT. But there is also a reasoning behind it. One thing, it's an integrated heat stress indicator. It combines multiple environmental factors, providing one single practical metric. Okay, so a composite indicator metric is always useful. So, and it has physiological relevance too. It correlates with the body's heat exchange mechanism, such as sweating, skin temperature regulation, cardiovascular strain, making it a reliable predictor of heat stress on the body. And I don't know if they spoke about it, but this WBGT was developed based on military personnel in an environmental chamber, and based on the physiology, this was done. So it has a scientific basis behind why we did it. And it's a standard for occupational. It is endorsed by ISO, ACGIH, and WBGT is usually globally to set thresholds for safe working condition, determine work rest cycles, and mitigate the risk of. It is mostly a preventive tool if it is followed. And it has also adaptability across settings. It also applies for indoors and it also applies for outdoors. For example, there is another index called Humidex. It is only applicable for outdoors because it uses only 2 parameters. It uses only the temperature and the humidity. Okay, so it is not so applicable for indoor, but this WBGT is applicable for indoors as well. And also it's very easy to use. WBG can be measured with relatively simple instruments. Also, it can be calculated. If you do not have those equipments, if you only have the temperature, humidity, solar radiation, which can be taken from, let us say, one of the NASA websites or something, you can still calculate WBGT for the person. Okay, so even without the monitor, you can still calculate WBGT, and it will be, I won't say it is 100% accurate, but you'll still have something to go with. Okay. So how is WBGT calculated? I've also given the formula and everything. It is available online as well. For outdoor, when a worker is working with direct sunlight exposures, it is 0.7 into natural wet bulb temperature. Natural bulb, I will come to what is a wet bulb temperature, plus 0.02 into the globe temperature, which is the solar radiation, plus 0.1 into dry bulb, which is the regular temperature of ambient temperature of a place. Any worker who is working without direct sunlight, for example, somebody who is working inside a foundry, okay, it is only the natural wet bulb and the 0.03 into globe temperature. So this is very simple. If you have these two temperatures, you can calculate the WBGT yourself. Like I said, it's not 100% accurate, but you will still have some numbers in places where we do not have any of these things. So when you're actually going and doing something in a field, for example, you are doing, I did it in the steel industry. So we will be doing hotter and cooler seasons. Why do we do hotter and cooler seasons? For example, summer in Chennai is 45 degrees. But what is the overall exposure of this worker over a year? So based on that, if you, in a cooler season, the temperatures are about, let us say, 28, 25. Tamil Nadu is a very hot place. So 25 is cool for us. So what is the exposure of this worker for a whole year? So we kind of get an average feeling when you're doing it in hotter and cooler season. And usually we don't do it for a day. We do it for, let us say, recently there was an assessment that we did in the same steel industry. And we did the measurements for 4 days continuously with these workers. And then we also did it we will also be doing it in summer and April. So we will have a ballpark idea as to what the WBGT exposure for this worker is. So we have to get management approvals and also the institutional ethical committee approval. But if you want to do it in the community, it's a worker community. It can be indoor in the steel industry or it can be in an agricultural setting. We have to do some preliminary recruitments. Preliminary recruitments would definitely mean approval from the management or the person who is involved in this. And any, in my earlier presentation also I mentioned, a worker who is taking some medication for especially endocrine problems like a thyroid medication or something will react different to heat compared to a person who doesn't have anything. Or a person with comorbidities, diabetes or hypertension will have different responses to heat exposure. So we usually exclude those people or we have to do a special study for them. But when you're doing it in a field, it is very difficult for us to exclude such people unless the size is, include such people unless they have a large number of people are there. So at least they should be exposed to heat in the place for at least 6 months. The reason being, I told, like, people have to be acclimatized. An unacclimatized worker also reacts to heat in a very different way. For example, somebody from the US who comes to India might get a heat syncope or a heat fatigue or fainting because they are not acclimatized. But the same acclimatization happens after a week or 10 days, the person might be better. So we generally keep a 6-month period for these people to get acclimatized to heat, and then we will recruit those people. So we also collect quantitative data. One is individual area and heat exposure. Like I told you, we do personal exposures. We also take area heat exposures. Next would be an WBGT monitor. I will come to what is a WBGT monitor and what it can measure. I will come in the next slides. We also use Fitbit to measure their heart rates, measure their activity levels, everything. So which before we used to do observations, before we used to use the ACGH table to do it, but now we have all small equipments which are like a phone that can be worn. And then it's much easier right now. So we use this Fitbit, which has been really good. We also do physiological monitoring. Like I said, we spoke about your core body temperature rise, about your heart rates. We use urinary specific gravity and sweat rates and all of that. All of this is done usually pre and post shift. This is what the physiological monitoring is. And we also collect quantitative data on a questionnaire called HOT-HAPS, Modified HOT-HAPS questionnaire. HOT-HAPS is like hot occupational temperatures, health and productivity losses. That is the name of the questionnaire. This was developed by a few countries, including us, and led by Professor Todd Kellstrom, my mentor and my guru for heat stress. He is the one person who has been extremely passionate, and for the last 30 years, he has been working on heat stress. And whatever predictions he had about what is going to happen, productivity losses, and what is going to happen, several countries, low and middle income countries, without automation is actually happening to coming to be true right now. And he was precautioning people that, we should take action, we should take that. For the last 30 years, he has been speaking, and all of that is coming true. We are a little late, but we're still not far behind. So we usually use a long questionnaire first time to get complete data about what information we want to get from those people. So when it comes to measurements of heat stress, we use individual level heat exposure assessment using iButton Hygrocon. It's a wrist-mounted smart wearable watch. Usually we also use conventional data loggers from Lasker Electronics. Conventional data loggers or something like a small pen, the pictures will come. It can actually measure minute by minute changes that is happening in the area. Okay, for the person can wear. The person can be working near a furnace, then he can go to the bathroom, then he goes to the canteen, and he goes to the warehouse. And so what temperatures changes are happening, that can be measured by conventional data logger. And again, let me put you, this is not like a WBGT monitor, which is a gold standard. But it gives you variations, minute by minute variations, that the person's temperature and humidity and dew point is varying. So we have some data about his variation in exposures. That is most important. Next is the area heat exposure assessment, which we use only using the gold standard WBGT monitor. Next is the physiological heat strain measurements. For that, we use the core body temperature Questem personal to the 3M has a Questem personal, which is something that you can actually, it measures your tympanic temperatures, and you can put it on the, it can be on the worker, and it also gives minute by minute changes, individual changes that the person has, the core body temperature changes. We also use, and these are all expensive equipments, so we would usually put it on 1 or 2 person. All the others, we will use a thermoscan for core body temperature. It's infrared. It will give you some minute by minute reading. So what we do is, since we are working with large number of workers, it's impossible for us to buy equipment for each and every. So what we do is every half an hour, we'll be monitoring, let us say in a day, we are monitoring 10 people. So every half an hour, we'll be monitoring their tympanic temperatures and then have an average of it for the mornings and the evenings. So that's what we do. Next is the urinary specific gravity. We use the refractometer, or we can also use the urine dipstick. Urine dipstick gives you more information, but it is not as accurate as the refractometer. But again, like I said, variations matter more than the accuracy of and less number of measurements. So urine dipstick is very easy. Just collect the urine, put the dipstick and match it with the color coding, and then you have the numbers. So which is very good. And refractometer is also easy. Only thing is you have to have the correct light and you have to look at the colors in a proper manner. Next is sphygmomanometer. That is Omron we will use. It's very simple, digital. You can get the heart rate and BP of the person. Next is the heat exposure perception assessment question. The modified HOT-HAPS questionnaire I told you. And the individual level heat exposure, this is how it exactly looks. So you can see it gives you the beats per minute. It gives you it also gives you information about how they feel. and also the temperature, humidity, wind speed, and everything is there. So it's much easier. The worker wears it, he moves around, he has. When I was speaking about the data logger, this is exactly what I was speaking. And it looks like a pen. It can be hung on this worker with an cord, and then it gives you changes in his relative humidity and temperature every minute and wherever he goes. So these are all like very handy equipment. And this is to profile the heat exposure, stress and strain level as well. This Hygrocon smartwatch also does both the heat exposure and the strain levels. So when we do the area heat exposure assessment, we still need our gold standards, right? So recommended by the American Conference of Industrial Hygienists, it has the WBGT monitor has 4 main thermal components which affect the heat stress. We already spoke about what are the thermal components. First is the air temperature. So amount of heat in air in that surrounding area is usually measured by something called the dry bulb. That is, you can see it in the picture. And the next one is the wet bulb, means what is the relative humidity in that area, amount of moisture in the air. Third is what is the wind in this area, which is by the wind speed, which is called an anemometer, and it is measured by this. And next would be the globe temperature, which is a black, the radiation from sun or from a furnace, which is measured by the black globe. So usually what happens is everything, once we calibrate this equipment properly, and then we go and push enter, and then it starts giving you the WBGT inside, it gives you the WBGT outside, and then you can keep pushing this button to find out what is the relative humidity, what is the air temperature, what is the wet bulb temperature. It gives a lot of information, whatever we require for our measurements. So once you get this number, WBGT index, we have measured it, the area temperatures, and now we have the WBGT in the area. What we do is next add to the clothing factor, if it is a significant factor. For example, I will show you the picture of the table of the CLO value. So if it is significant, then you add to it, and then that would be your composite WBGT that a worker faces. That WBGT is the kind of an thermal comfort index that a worker faces in heat stress. In simple words, if there is, that's what I want to tell. Observe the type of work done by the worker and categorize him or her as heavy, moderate, or light worker. Usually, we use the ACGH category. But like I said, if you're using the Hygrocon, it also gives you what kind of workload you do. I was speaking about the clothing factor. Okay. If you're wearing regular workloads, long sleeve shirt and pants. Oh, I'm sorry. I will share it again. Sorry. Just a second. I'm sorry, Rajan. Just a second.
No problem.
Are you able to see my screen? Sorry. Yeah.
Yes, it's back on. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So when you're wearing a normal work clothing, which is like long sleeve shirt or pants.
Vidhya, sorry, if you can just push it to, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. So your work clothing, if it's long sleeve shirt or regular work pants, you don't have to anything at all. It's a 0. Same thing with cloth or woven material or coveralls. It's again a 0. But if you're wearing something like a double layer woven clothing, then the CLO value is 3. So when you have a WBGT of, let us say, 30, this would be 33 then. You have to add to it because the reasoning behind that is it impedes your the evapotranspiration, means it there is a layer that depending on the thickness of the layer and depending on the permeability of the clothing, the CLO value changes. And when it comes to, let us say, limited use vapor barrier coveralls, for example, if it's a painter who's wearing an polythene overalls coveralls, then it's only 1. But if you use limited use vapor barrier coveralls, it's 11. It's quite high, means the capacity for the worker to actually even perspire and cool himself will be very less. So you have to add this number to the WBGT that was measured. So once you have this final number of WBGT, like I said, it is all not, there is no one single formula for WBGT. You have a number and you're safe, you're not safe. It's not like that. What usually happens is there is a screening criteria for heat stress exposure, and according to the ACGH, it is all for acclimatized personnel. So for example, a person is doing heavy workload at 27.5 WBGT, he can work 75% of the time, but he has to take 25% rest. When the same person is doing moderate work, he can work 100% of the time. The same person who is doing very heavy work, then at 28 per WBGT, he must be working only 50% of the time. If this person, same person, doing a different work in the same industry for 30 degree, then he will be working only 25% of the time. And again, I'm sure like Rebecca and Flores must have told about it. But usually the reasoning is your body, when we are hot and your cardiovascular system is under strain, usually what happens is you will be, you have to rest for the core body temperature to come down. And then you will start working again. So that is the reasoning behind this whole thing. When a person was working at 30 degree for, like I say, 15 minutes in an hour, the person's biological mechanisms become so bad that they have to rest for 75% of the time, which is not something that is practically feasible. And why it's not feasible, how we can overcome that, tomorrow Jason Glaser will come and speak to you. So I will not get into that part. So I will be only sticking to how we do these measurements. So we have done the environmental measurements, we have done the area measurements, individual measurements have to be done right now, right? So the physiological heat strain, I told you there are 4 physiological heat strain things we will be doing. One is the core body temperature, the rise in core body temperature. Core body temperature rise, like Rebecca must have spoken, is the basis behind all these problems. So we will be trying to measure this one, heart rate, blood pressure, urine specific gravity. Some people have some personal causes which might actually exacerbate the problem. One is if the person is dehydrated already. Some people come to work dehydrated. For example, they might have had a few drinks in the night and then morning they had not hydrated themselves. They come to work dehydrated. And lack of acclimatization if a person is not acclimatized, and also some accidental unforeseeable circumstances, any problem could be there. Sudden high BP or sudden stress, anything could really affect them. So how do we do it? Like I told you earlier, the core body temperature can be measured using the 3M Questem personal monitor, and or we can use the core body temperature brown thermoscan, and we will be measuring the tympanic temperature and every 15 minutes or half an hour, depending on the number of people or number of equipments you have. And next is like the urine specific gravity using a refractometer or the urine dipstick, which is like pretty easy. This is much more useful for us when we are actually doing it in the outdoor field conditions. And urinary specific gravity, if it's greater than 1.02, indicates a person. It's a proxy for dehydration also. And also the color of the urine. If it's dark yellow in color or reddish color, means the person is dehydrated. The difference in the core body temperature pre and post, if it's greater than 1, then that also is an issue. And heart rate. Heart rate is another important thing. If you are the person's heart rate has a recovery within 90 minutes, then it will be the pre and the post. And if there is a high recovery, conditions may require further study. And if there is no recovery, means too much stress is there. And then what do we take in the perception assessment? This HOTAPS questionnaire is something that is publicly available. Only thing, it has to be modified according to their personal needs. So this is publicly available for people to use. So during the recruitment of this worker, we will take usually a long questionnaire. We will get their age, parity. This one, for example, is last menstrual period, because we had this is a questionnaire that we used for pregnant women. So we had taken the last menstrual period, EDD, about the marriage, socioeconomic status, education, job title, the type of sector, what type of physical activity they have. That is the worker's perception. And then information on other occupational risk factors, any previous history is something. When it comes to this particular thing that we used for pregnancy, the trimester 3 delivery, we also take a short questionnaire. This is very special case because we had taken every trimester questionnaires, but otherwise it will be in the hotter and cooler periods only. And after delivery, we had followed up with birth outcome brief questionnaire, birth weight, gender, season of birth, the APJ or score, the outcome of the pregnancy, whether it's single live birth or whatever. This is for the trimester, and it is for the pregnancy study. But when it comes to renal health study, when we are doing the chronic kidney disease study, we will be modifying the questionnaire according to the renal health outcomes. So in summary, when you're talking about heat exposure measurements, outdoor temperatures, area temperatures using WBG monitor, data logger is for like taking the minute by minute variations in the area of the worker. I button hygrocon is for our data logger, and Fitbit is usually for personal temp, and it gives you a lot of lot of information right now. And people who have the resources can use this. It's much easier. Blood oxygen, heart rate variability, and also it gives you skin temperature and the humidity in and out also. When it comes to the personal heat monitor, you will be getting like Questum 2, which is like a personal heat indicator. It is expensive equipment, but this is like a gold standard. So this would also give the minute by minute variation. This is very especially useful, and the way we used it for the worker who is working very near the furnaces. So for his, if the core body temperature rises beyond like 1 degree temperature, we will ask him to get out of this hot zone. And so it has its own uses, but like I said, it's an expensive equipment. But when it comes to HOTAPS questionnaire, like I said, I already explained, it gives you a quantitative, and it gives a perception of thermal comfort of this worker and his heat or cold, whatever it is, the perception is very, very important. And when it comes to the summary of physiological parameters, you will be using the urine refractometer or the urine dipstick. We can use the infrared air thermometer for core body temperature. HOTAPS questionnaire, again, it's a subjective heat strain questionnaire we'll use. So the best things that we can do for workplace measurement, best practices is combine the personal and area heat measurements. Supplement with personal monitoring devices for individual risk assessments. We will also ensure representative monitoring. We will be doing the high-risk zones, poorly ventilated areas, heat sources, but we'll also be looking at the different types of tasks these workers are doing. For example, in the steel industry, for us, it was very important to do the warehouse also. It was important to do the administrative sections. It was even in the furnace area, we'll have different type of workers having different type of activity. Somebody will have a high exposures, high workload. Somebody will have moderate workload. So it is very important for us to select those representative categories and do the similar exposure groups and do it. And we also need to do it, measure at different types of the day to account for the temperature variations. And again, it's very important to also account for workplace specific factors like indoor versus outdoor settings, radiant heat from the equipment, humidity levels in confined spaces. When we were doing work in the garment factories, we could see that the ironing and steaming section was completely different from the sewing section. So it is very important to kind of account for that also. And we also need to gather input from the workers because it's very, very important. Perceived heat stress level is more important. Symptoms of discomfort and dehydration, and combine the subjective and objective data. And then that is where the whole thing about heat stress comes out. We need to train the staff on measurement devices. Many times there are very few people who can come and do these measurements, but these are very, very simple equipments. So these equipment, the workers in that area or the staff in the area can be trained to operate and maintain these devices and also interpret for immediate risk mitigation. For example, if the tympanic temperature was taken for this worker who is near the furnace, if there is an increase pre and post more than 1.2 degree, 1.2 degree, then they can be taught that this worker has to recede from this heat, take some rest and then continue working. So these are the things that needs to be done as best practices. The precautionary do's and don'ts for all of us. Prepare equipment properly. We have had experiences of going to the field and finding out the battery is not working, all of this. So all of this is where, and it has to be calibrated. Mostly the WBGT monitor is calibrated every year by the company itself. So it is very important and functioning before deployment in the field. Carry spare batteries and backup devices. These are all experiences that we're giving from our own field experience. For all the safety protocols, personal protective equipment such as hats, sunglasses, cooling vests, because the people who are first facing heat stress is the research personnel who go out in the field. Take regular breaks, not only for the workers, for our research staff as well. Respond to emergency signs, be vigilant of signs of heat stress, workplace emergency protocols, and have planned for medical assistance. This is not only for the researchers, but also for the workplaces. Avoid overexertion. Limit time in extreme heat conditions, avoid prolonged monitoring without breaks. Don't skip calibration. It's very, very important. Usually we calibrate it against this. When we take these smaller equipment like the data loggers and everything, like I said, these are not, they are low cost equipments, not very expensive, but very, very useful. So we usually calibrate it against our gold standard WBGT to reduce the error. And do not ignore worker feedback. Workers' perception is one of the most important thing, and it can guide us where to focus on monitoring efforts. So it's very, very important that way. If there are places, for example, in our own case, when we started our assessments in 2010, we had one WBGT monitor, maybe 2 or 5 data loggers, which Professor Kellstrom loaned us. That is all we had. This is all we had. And we started with our equipments and measurements and everything. In those cases, we can use affordable and accessible tools. It's very important to measure compared to how accurate it is, because we are trying to see, one thing is accuracy. So another thing we are trying to see is what is the variability that happens over a day for this worker. So even if it is less accurate, for example, WBGT monitor gives 35.5 and this low cost equipment gives you 34.5. There is a 1 degree or 2 degree difference. Yes, it is not accurate, but if you want to compare what is the temperature difference between morning and evening, WBGT difference, or how it increases over a day. It really doesn't matter whether it is 34.5 or 35.5. You're only seeing a variability the worker faces. That way, but this is my personal opinion, we can use low-cost sensor. Digital thermometers for basic temperature measurements we can do. Hygrometers to measure humidity levels. Heat index calculators, like I told you, the mobile apps or simple charts even can be used. And I also spoke to you about how we can calculate WBGT with some basic parameters. And also leverage community resources. Many a time, the biggest expense for me in my projects is human resources. So sometimes train local workers, empower community members with basic training on heat stress risks and monitoring tools, establish local monitoring team for consistent data collection. For example, in Andhra Pradesh, we are working, and it's very far from here. It's about a 9-hour train journey, and we want to be measuring the community heat exposures for a long time. In that case, what we do, we find a local person who is educated, we train him on all of this, and we do refresher training again every month, but he will be monitoring the community for the whole month, rather than our team being in Andhra Pradesh and trying to do. So empowering them will also be useful for them. Collaborate with local NGOs. If you're doing, Africa is also a large country and you will have a different, so working with the NGOs will also really help, which these are all things that we have benefited from doing. So we are passing on. Also for providing low-cost tool and funding for heat monitoring. That way they will be more, especially when you're doing cohort studies. When we did our pregnancy study or the cashew nut study, we engaged local NGOs, the Salt Pan Workers Union. So that way the cooperation is also, and you don't have loss to follow. There is minimization of loss to follow. All of these things really help. Practical management strategies. Use free mobile apps and SMS-based system to share real-time heat data. This is one of the things that we do from Andhra Pradesh, is we ask this person to send us data from Andhra Pradesh every day. Every day he will be sending data. So we will be checking those data so that if there is any issues, then we will get back to the person and try and make changes also. Low-cost mitigation techniques. It's not about having great mitigation strategies. Have an air conditioner in all industries is impossible. Promote natural cooling. Example, ventilation, shaded work shades. Encourage the use of lightweight reflective clothing. Also, we encourage and we train small-scale industry, small and medium enterprises who do not have much resources about the use of green space and everything. Again, prioritize adaptation and education. Awareness campaigns really make a difference. Especially, I will give the example of the salt pan workers. We had initially used the Rotary Club of Vedaranyam we had used, and we had recruited 2 workplaces, salt pan workplaces. But when we did adaptation, education, awareness campaigns for about 12 salt pan workers. So 12 workplace salt pans for about 100 workers. So these next time when we want to do more studies, we are sure that we are going to get that cooperation from these salt pans too. And of course, policy advocacy, push for subsidies or funding to provide low-cost sensor and cooling solutions. This is something we have done through the Rotary Club of Vedaranyam too, and even they have put a shed near the salt pan. So these things can be done. So we had faced challenges. Nothing was rosy for us. Lots of refusal to participate in the study due to the perceived negative effects of research activity with their workflow. Workers, not only the workers, supervisors and owners, we also thought that it will impede their workflow. So we need to convince them, and also what we did was we took a flow chart and we said how much time each will take. We were true to it. And then we also did our questionnaire, which is about 20 minutes during the break time only. And we tried to compensate a little bit with gifts and other things. We were not allowed to give money to these people, and we didn't have the funds also. So we gave them some cooling drink, some vitamin tablets, some pain relief balm, something like that. So some small compensation we were able to do. We also face language barriers because we have migrant workers coming from other states. When you're doing internationally, you'll also have people from different nations. And also fear of assessment of the procedures. Women did not, some of them did not want the tympanic temperature to be measured. And also outdoor workers, because we have a lot of informal sectors, outdoor workers were not able to provide urine samples because there were no bathrooms available, especially for agriculture and salt pan workers. They were very hesitant to give the urine, more than women because of the cultural barriers. And many of these workers, sometimes we had lost to follow-up due to travel amidst the cohort. So we will have like a cohort of 500 people, and then suddenly we will be losing about 50 people. So this could happen in the next season. Unwilling to participate, for example, in the pregnant maternity cohort, we had a problem the second semester because of some myths that, you discuss all of these, your child will be born differently. That kind of myths and superstition exists. So those could be an issue. And change the contact number, especially for migrant workers. So many of them do not carry a social security card. So their phone numbers were lost. So these are all things that we also faced in our studies. So all this work, all this hard work, all these measurements are done by my students and kids. And it's a lot of hard work. I have to first acknowledge their contributions. And I thank you all for your patient listening on behalf of all my whole team. Thank you very much. I think I stuck to I'm 5 minutes more, sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vidhya. Once again, thank you. A great presentation, a great sort of, not just an overview, but a considerable amount of detail about assessment of exposure. Thank you very much for that. I'm just going to check in the chat group. There were a couple of questions. Okay, the first question, I'm not sure whether it's meant for you or meant for the physiologist, but I'm going to read it out, and if you can answer it, that's fine. Otherwise, we'll pick it up with the physiologist subsequently. Kindly confirm the volumes of rehydration recommended per hour with heavy work in hot zones, as well as whether rehydration is recommended with water only or supplementation with electrolytes, and if so, which electrolytes?
Yeah, I think this is not for me, but it's for the physiologist. But from our experiences, we will tell. We do not usually recommend electrolytes for workers, especially if you do not know their health condition. It's very important. Should be if an electrolyte is going to be advised for a worker, we need to know whether they are hypertensive. It's very important for it to be recommended only by the doctor, the occupational medicine specialist. So when Rajan, when we were in Central America, in Nicaragua, the electrolytes was advised only by the company doctor. But like I said, I am not a medical doctor, so usually it should not be recommended. We usually recommend something like tender coconut water, right? Buttermilk. Those are the things that we have recommended because these are all the safe ones, not like if somebody is hypertensive and then they get electrolytes, if there is some issues. So generally non-medical people, we do not prescribe any of those things. And like I said, also when it comes to the amount of water that needs to be drunk, there is no golden standard for that. Like I said, it is all based on just before you're thirsty, you need to drink. So the way we recommended for the steel industry was people who are doing heavy work. We looked at the sweat rates. For example, the person who is working near the charging van had about 1.8 liters loss of body weight within 1 hour. Because the sweating is so much and the exposure is also very. So we can't tell the person to drink 1 liter. 1.8 liters within the next 1 hour. That is also not happening. So what we gave them recommendation was a combination of rest that they made changes that this person would be working for 40 minutes because the charging car will be there for 40 minutes. He can't leave the spot. He will work for 40 minutes, which is very high exposure anyway. And then he will recede and he will not work for the next 2 hours. So during the 2 hours, he will be resting and he'll be drinking water as much as he can. But for people who are in other areas, what we did was like every hour, like about 150 ml, small tumbler of water. That's what we did. So like I said, there is absolutely no gold standard for telling how much you should drink. Tomorrow, Jason Glaser might be able to tell you better what he has done in Nicaragua. And they have the scientific basis also. And other thing, they also have the data to support why they have done so. So I think they will be in a better position to explain, and probably Michelle can ask this question, Michael or Michelle can ask this question again.
Okay, great. No, thanks for that. And I think Christina will also be in a position to answer. But Christina, maybe you can pick it up in your session tomorrow during the day. There is one more question, a more technical question here. WPGT measures, there's abbreviations. I'm going to, I hope I get it right. WPGT meters measure wet bulb, globe temperature, and I think dB means dry bulb temperatures, using the equation 0.7 WB and plus 0.2 GT and 0.1 dB. The ACGIH also have an equation where it is 0.7 WB plus 0.3 GT. Which specific one should be used when?
I think in my presentation I had mentioned it. The one with just the dry bulb and the globe the globe temperature and the wet bulb should be used for indoors.
Okay.
The other one with the 0.1 GT must be used for outdoors.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, this is in my presentation also. It very clearly what should be used for outdoors, what should be used for indoors.
All right. So before we take a break, the one question that I want to ask you is, you used from an epidemiological point of view, you used the HOTAPS questionnaire. Have you done any sort of test to sort of validate the HOTAPS questionnaire against more objective measures like either WBGT or personal sampling or personal monitoring?
What we do, Rajan, is like we don't just use the HOTAPS questionnaire. We also add, along with the HOTAPS questionnaire, we do the personal monitoring. We do the physiological strain. So all the three, today morning, I presented the results of self-reported, measured, and also the WBGT. So all of this are done together. One corroborates each other. For example, if the person is feeling, I'm feeling thirsty, I'm feeling dehydrated, we also have data to support how much his sweat rate is, how much his urine color is, how much his urine specific gravity is. So if he says, I'm feeling extremely hot, that is corroborated with his cardiac strain, how his heart rate is there and how his core body temperatures are there. So we do not do this separately. It is always done along with your heat strain and heat stress assessments.
Vidhya, once again, a very big thank you for you taking your time out from your day today, both in the, well, I think it was your midday and then now in your evening. This is sincerely appreciated. And I think that the presentations were great. Thank you very much.
Anything for you, Rajan, and for the participants. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you very much. So, colleagues, we're going to take it. I think we'll have a 10-minute break before we come back to do the research presentations, the research abstract presentations. And what I would like to say is that tomorrow we're reconvening at 10 o'clock South African time. And you can use the same link that you used today to link on. So it'll be 10 o'clock tomorrow using the same link. So we now take a 10-minute break instead of a 15-minute break because we're already behind schedule. And then I'm going to be handing the chair over to Dr. Christelle Nagursamy, and she'll be chairing the abstract session. So thank you very much for your inputs, and thank you very much for your recording all your information on the Google Forms, as well as accessing these slides on the UKZN YouTube channel. Thank you very much.
Rajan,
Yes.
I have to interrupt you for a second. Somebody, Zanale Zulu, has asked a question. She or he is asking, is there a golden rule for coming up with average heat exposure, both using WGM and personal monitoring? How many measurements per work area or a task? Okay. So like I said, what we did, I will just explain this one. What we did was, like, every half an hour or every 15 minutes, depending on the number of samples that you have, we will be taking in various places. Because this is a cross-sectional for the area measurements, we will be taking multiple number of times WBGT measurements and average it for the day. Morning and evening, different times of the day though we'll do. But for personal measurements, there is no problem. If you are using a Questem monitor, you can put it on the person for the whole day too, if you have more equipments. But if you are taking tympanic temperature using a regular IR thermometer, then you can do it like again multiple times and average it for the whole day. Every half an hour, every 1 hour, depends. So that's how we do. There is no golden number actually.
Yeah. But I think also to be clear, I mean, the WBGT is taking area monitoring, and it's not easy to translate in a small group. If you've got 20 workers working and you're doing a WBGT monitoring, you can't assign an individual exposure to the worker, because you can't determine the core temperature in an individual worker or heat stress.
No, this is only the area. What is the environmental exposure for this person? That's all.
Yeah.
But when you're doing the personal monitoring, if you have too many equipments, then you can put one on each person, and that would give their core body temperature changes.
Right. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vidhya. Thank you very much for your time. Colleagues, we'll reconvene at 3:40, and Christelle will take over the chair. Thank you very much.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I think my video is not coming on. Apologies for that. But yeah, we've reached 15:40 and I hope everyone has had a 10-minute break. Thank you for staying online for this interesting part of the symposium today, which is where we are focusing on research, and we have 3 abstract presenters. Our first presenter is Dr. Dorothy Ngajilo. She's an occupational medicine specialist working with the World Health Organization Global Occupational and Workplace Health Program. She underwent her training at the University of Cape Town, South Africa, where she's finalizing her PhD studies. And she's also a fellow of the College of Public Health Medicine, Occupational Medicine, South Africa. Thank you, Dr. Ngajilo. You can now share your screen and your slides and begin your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. Is it on? That's much better. Yeah, it's visible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So I will be speaking to you about this research that I conducted as part of my PhD study in Tanzania among seaweed workers. So for majority of the people that look at seaweed, most people don't know what seaweed is. So seaweed is, for most people, I think they know seaweed as sea moss or Irish sea moss, which is a very popular product. Currently, people use it for its medicinal properties or nutritional properties. So it's quite popular and it's grown majority in Tanzania along the coast. So the farming of seaweed was initiated in Zanzibar in the late 1980s and has emerged as a cornerstone for the region's economy, in addition to tourism, which is what Zanzibar is known for most, but seaweed is just next to tourism in terms of contributing to the GDP. Zanzibar is the 3rd largest seaweed producer globally, and it's the largest in Africa. And majority of its harvest is destined for international markets. And what inspired this research is the fact that there's limited information on how social identities, in particular gender, age, influence workers' experience in terms of climate change and climate-related health risks. And as I think we've heard from this morning, and particularly I think Rebecca mentioned that there's no research actually, or very little research that looks at gender and these social identities, which are very important to look at in terms of occupational health and safety and climate change in general. So the objectives of the study was to determine the prevalence of heat and solar UV-related health symptoms among seaweed workers in Zanzibar, but also to examine the intersection between gender, age, education, and income diversification on how these properties shape the vulnerability of workers on how they experience the heat and solar UV-related health risks. And this, again, was inspired by the fact that majority of the analysis that we do is single axis, comparing, for example, men and women, maybe older workers and younger workers, or educated and non-educated or less educated. But this, the intersectionality mainly looks at looking at all these factors and how they impact on the experience of the health outcomes. But we also wanted to look at the adaptation measures so that we can tailor the interventions for these workers. So the methods, we did a cross-sectional study of the Zanzibari seaweed workers. We interviewed 602 workers using an interview-administered questionnaire, which is was a modified version of the HOTHAPS questionnaire. And for the analysis, we used this relatively new methods, which is called the multi-level analysis of individual heterogeneity and discriminatory accuracy, in short, MIDA. And this goes beyond the the single axis, again, looking at multiple risk factors or multiple social identities and how that impacts on the outcomes, the health outcomes. And in this case, we looked at heat and solar UV related ocular and dermatological symptoms. So some of you may be interested to know how seaweed is produced. So before I go to the results, I thought I should just share quickly how the seaweed farming process is. So it starts with building the support systems of the farm, in which farmers use stakes or wooden sticks to, they anchor the sticks on the seabed, and then they prepare the seed stock, which usually comes from previous harvest. So they break up the seaweed and attach it to a rope, and then this rope gets anchored on the sticks, which are anchored on the seabed. And then that is left to grow for 6 to 8 weeks. After 6 to 8 weeks, it gets harvested. So the harvesting is just taking out the seaweed from the ropes and then packing it, taking it offshore, drying it. Either it can be packaged and sold as dry seaweed, or it can be processed by making soaps, or they make a powder and sell it as a powder, or they make food stuff. So on the results, majority of the workers are female, and this is on the study, but in general, this is a heavily female-dominated industry. Majority are quite old workers, over 50 years of age, just over 50% with secondary education. And what is interesting, they just don't do seaweed only, they combine seaweed with agriculture and informal trading. In the case of the symptoms, majority have a bit over 70% had multiple heat-related symptoms, commonly tiredness and weakness, muscle cramps, and excessive sweating. These are just the commonest ones that I wanted to highlight. Only 1% reported hospitalization due to work-related symptoms. They had ocular symptoms such as tearing, gritty feeling, sensitivity to bright light, but also loss of vision. Dermatological symptoms, darker skin, wrinkles, sore and sensitive skin, and about 36% had all solar UV related skin symptoms. And that's just to show the higher impact of UV on exposure on skin. So then we asked about task allocation in their work, and naturally, because majority are women, then women are more involved in allocation of tasks and performing all the works, majority of which are outdoor, and also majority reported that women are more exposed to these hazards in the workplace. And this is not surprising because majority are women. The preferred source of support, these women usually work in groups. So in any case, whether they have operational challenges or work-related health problems, they felt more comfortable to seek support from other group members or their co-op leaders. And what was concerning is only 11% of the workers felt they sought support from the hospitals. So they kind of felt more compelled to go to the other group members or co-op leaders instead of going to seek help in hospitals. So in terms of work adaptation, only 41% had adaptation measures. And some of these adaptation measures included changing in work practices, moving farming activities deep into the sea. And this is problematic because, why they move the activities to deep sea? Because with climate change, the waters on the shore are becoming warmer and the seaweed dies because of the warm water. So they need to move further out into the deeper waters, which are much cooler. But the problem with this is these women do not know how to swim. And as you can see from these pictures, they do not even wear life vests. So if anything happens, they're more prone to drowning. And another issue is in terms of equity, because majority of these women cannot even operate a boat. They depend on men to operate the boats. So this adaptation measure excludes majority of the workers who cannot, for example, afford to hire a man to operate a boat on their behalf. Other adaptation measures, changing farming plots, using two ties, but they also had some economic adjustments, such as increasing seaweed prices, but this is also problematic because they don't set the seaweed prices. It's the buyers who sell overseas that set these prices. So again, these farmers are disadvantaged in terms of getting money from this really hard work. Some of them increase production, which again is detrimental to their health. They try to diversify livelihoods, which we'll see later being problematic. But they also have some adjustment to the work schedule, such as avoiding heat peak hours, reducing working hours, taking more frequent breaks, which are very common adaptation measures, as we've seen from this morning. So what was interesting is when we started analyzing this work in terms of intersectionality, where we were able to unmask these unequal burdens of risks. So first, we looked at when the analysis, we looked at the age and gender and income diversification, how it relates to these health outcomes. It was clear that older age was associated with higher likelihood of UV-related ocular symptoms, but this is not surprising again, because as we age, the protective function of the cornea reduces, and that increases the risk of having cataract and other visual problems. Income diversification increased the odds of UV-related ocular and dermatological symptoms. Again, this could be related to more exposure as someone works in different income generating activities, especially majority of these being outdoor. When we were looking at, again, the issue of gender, women aged more than 50 years were engaged in multiple activities such as seaweed farming and informal trading, had the highest probability of multiple heat-related symptoms. And we think this is related to the clothing. As you can see, majority wear double clothing. They're very well covered while working in this environment, so that will increase their risk to health. But as we've had, I think, from Andreas this morning, women are more, they have less heat tolerance and increased risk to exertional heat. So that also could play a part in why women have more, demonstrated higher probability of heat symptoms. And on the other hand, men who are more than 40 years involved in multiple outdoor activities had higher probability of UV-related ocular and dermatological symptoms. And that was also surprising, but we could see that that is because of how the men dress. The men do, usually they wear, light clothing and not so heavy. So they would be more prone to UV compared to the heat-related symptoms.
Dr. Ngagilo, you have 5 minutes left.
Yes, I'm just concluding now. So just to conclude, so this study showed that seaweed workers in Zanzibar experience a significant burden of climate-related health impacts, mainly due to heat and solar UV-related exposures. And the vulnerability is shaped by intersecting factors, where women are more vulnerable to heat symptoms and men more to solar UV-related symptoms. And we think addressing these challenges requires an approach that combines individual level interventions by helping these workers develop more sustainable adaptation measures. And also, most importantly, to have interventions on broader policy changes on the access to health services, that addresses issues of poverty, for example, the access to markets for their products, because now they are they're having to produce more in order to get more money, whereas if they get more access to equitable markets, they might not be and they might not be required to work as hard as they're working now. Thank you.
Thank you for that interesting presentation. I'm just going to check if there's any questions in the chat. Sorry, I didn't mean to rush you. If you have anything extra to add, please do, because you still have time on that 5 minutes, and I can't see any questions pertaining to your presentation in the Q&A either.
No, I mean, just to highlight I don't have anything much to add, but just to highlight, since we're in the occupational health field, that's the importance of this intersectionality methodology of analysis, which takes into account multiple identities, not just comparing men and women or comparing two factors. So this is a novel methodology that takes into account multiple factors, more like how we would do in terms of interactions, but this will interact, for example, 4 variables in one model, and the model is quite stable. So I would encourage others who want to do, who are doing research in this area, to consider using this methodology.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And yeah, it was really good. I can't see any questions in the chat once again, and in the Q&A. Cataracts. Dion says cataracts. I think he's asking about the workers in your study. If you found any.
Yes, so the concern, yes, is cataract because of the UV exposure. But unfortunately, our study was questionnaire based, so we didn't do objective measurements with slit lamps to look at cataract. But that would be very interesting, because I would think that loss of vision that majority reported would be related to cataract, mainly because of UV, but majority of them being older would have played a part as well.
Thank you. Okay. I don't see any more further questions for you. So yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. Has it been published yet? Or do you have it?
No, not yet. Hasn't been published.
Okay. All right. I was thinking maybe you could post the link for the paper. But thank you for that. You certainly highlighted some important points. Thanks, Dr. Ngajilo. So we'll move on to our next presenter. Our next presenter is Bernard Fontaine. Bernard is affiliated with Workplace Health Without Borders International, and he will be presenting his abstract titled Water Insecurity to Prevent Occupational Heat Stress in South Africa. Bernard, you can share your slides and unmute yourself. Thank you.
Can everybody see my slides?
I think just put it onto slideshow.
Okay, here we go.
Presentation. Yeah.
Well, good afternoon to everyone. It's good morning to me. But I wanted to talk to you about a very important topic here. We always talk about worker safety, but we don't look at the environment that supports workers. And extreme heat is one of the growing weather-related hazards affecting human health and well-being. We know that water is the essence for life, for nothing without it can live. As climate change continues to affect our world, natural disasters are on the rise. It is causing catastrophic environmental damage to the existing supply of drinking water. If the factors that affect climate change continue, we may be restricted on the amount of available clean drinking water, making it and the water rights a more valuable commodity than precious metals and minerals. South Africa is a well-resourced country with strong agricultural and biodiversity heritage. Climate change and social economic risks threaten to bring it a huge change to the status. We know that the rate of warming is more pronounced in the western region of South Africa, towards the northeastern parts, but perhaps most pressing area of concern are the nexus of climate change and that of water security. As outlined earlier in the recent World Bank report, the effects of climate change will come through water cycle, affecting food, energy, urban, and environmental systems such as populations, cities, and economies that continue to grow and strain increasingly limited water resources.
Now,
Yes?
sorry to interrupt you. Your slides are not moving. I don't think
I know. I'm not yet moving to the second slide yet.
Okay. Can you
Okay.
put it on the slideshow though? Because it's still showing us PowerPoint. Yeah, it's not yet full screen.
Okay, I have two screens and it's showing up on my right screen as a slideshow. I don't know how to correct that.
Okay, no, it's fine but it's still on the initial first slide.
Yes, I clearly understand that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. This presentation discusses both the increase and reduction in water resource availability for heat stress and the association with climate change related extreme events such as floods and droughts in different parts of South Africa. Daily maximum temperatures are above extreme thresholds, more than 35 degrees Celsius due to global warming in 3 consecutive days, which includes the increase of heat stress. Farm workers will be exposed to more extreme temperatures working outside, and others will suffer from heat stress in their living and working environments. On a local scale, human discomfort is set to reach a very uncomfortable level because of its too hot and too humid category for over the last 50 days, most in South Africa. Let's take a look at some major contaminants leading to water pollution and exacerbation by climate change, such as drought, flooding, and other storms. Billions of people live in thousands of residential colonies that generate massive amounts of waste, and this waste in the form of sewage is most untreated and released into water streams by rivers that pollute it. There are also herbicides, detergents, and other synthetic wastes that are common sources of water pollution. Chemical agents like lead, mercury, and cadmium that are used in common batteries are also find their way into the waterways. Such heavy metals are sometimes illegally released by factories into water streams. Also, there are edible oils, grease, and fatty substances that find their way into the water when disposed of down the sink, causing water pollution. Finding clean water is becoming increasingly difficult to hydrate and prevent occupational stress. South African chemicals industry contributes 5% to gross economy, while local petrochemical sectors is the largest contributes to chemicals in the industry as well. Petrochemicals include end-user substances like paints, coatings, automobile, mining, and construction sectors. This greatest potential growth in chemical industry lies in the plastic sector. South Africa does not have an effective environmental program to reduce chemical discharge of hazardous chemicals into the water, sediment, or soil. Besides that, there's water that litters the Georgia River as it runs through Alexandria Township, a few miles from its source. There's a trickle from nearby auto shops and liquor stores. Then it picks up trash and E. coli. A report by the South African Department of Water and Sanitation paints a grim picture of the quality of the water in the country's drinking water and its water infrastructure. The report found that more than 2/3 of all wastewater treatment works are close to failure. On top of this, it showed that nearly 47% of all clean and treated water has lost through leaks or could not be accounted for. The report found that several water supplies are operating closer to beyond their design capacity, and monitoring and compliance were very severely deficient. Another problem the report highlighted was more than half the country's municipalities do not notify water users when they discover that water has been contaminated by natural resources like floods. Not issuing notices or warnings of contaminated drinking water places citizens at risk of contracting waterborne illnesses and is unacceptable practice due to the possible serious health repercussions of drinking contaminated water. Despite investment in infrastructure upgrades, extensions, and refurbishments, many of these systems still fail both regulatory standards and engineering and workmanship standards. Non-payment of contractors, laboratories, and service providers are ongoing problems, as well as vandalism and theft. When wells are built and water sanitation facilities are developed, they are improperly maintained due to limited financial resources. Water quality testing is not performed and often is necessary, and there is a lack of education among people utilizing water sources because they believe that as long as they're getting water, it's safe. Unfortunately, pesticides are at the mercy of nature once they've been sprayed into the environment. Wherever they end up, they cause further harm, irrespective of their original purpose. That's why DDT, one of the most harmful insecticides, was banned in the UK in 1968. Spraying pesticides near water is a sure way to cause pollution, but there are many other indirect causes as well, such as agricultural runoff due to rain or irrigation, overflow of irrigation return flows, the manufacture of pesticides and the discharge of chemicals into waterways, spraying down crop collection boxes when empty, and equipment malfunction or leaking storage boxes. Besides this, the water can be polluted by mining operations, filling of dams near Johannesburg. South Africa has the highest number of Danish tailings of dams structures are constructed. They are used to store waste in forms of liquid. Dams are considered hazardous if improperly handled and have resulted in environmental disasters and deaths many times around the world. Wider environmental hazards arising out of mining operations in South Africa and elsewhere in Africa range from river contamination from chemicals used in mining processes to improper rehabilitation of mined-out operations. Tailing dams have emerged as the latest significant environmental risk factor for mining, and South Africa has the highest number of these riskiest operations. But there is good news. On November 19th this year, the Water and Sanitation Deputy Minister assured the public that the country will not run out of water. He said there are plans to build more dams, and aging infrastructure and leaking pipes have been highlighted as a contributing factor to water challenges in the country. He said that there's a lot of work to be done and ensured that we'll build more dams and more infrastructure projects so that at least we're able to catch water when there's not enough rain, because we all know that climate change is a contributing factor to challenges of heat stress. He said we are losing too much water. The water that we're losing ranges from 30 to 45%, which is not supposed to happen. He said we don't have to have water supply issues or water restriction retentions. We also have to take care of municipalities that should have been protected all along. So we know that there is contamination in a number of environmental situations. With drought and floods can create and exacerbate these problems, both chemically and biologically. And there's an opportunity to make change and to work together with different resources and stakeholders to improve the livelihood of workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard, for your interesting presentation as well. We have one question in the chat. So the question from Umbali, or more of a statement, she says she's trying to understand how water insecurity as opposed to water security can prevent occupational heat stress.
The water insecurity comes from the contamination that lies within the water infrastructure. And this can result from climate change. It can also be caused from a number of environmental hazards. And those people do not understand the contamination issues. And drinking the contaminated water can afflict many people that are unaware of the hazard.
Thank you. I'm also having a look at the Q&A box. I can't see any questions for you here. Is there any other closing comments you would like to make before we move on to the next presenter?
The only thing I will suggest is that we look at a wider scope of what we talk about climate change and how it can affect workers and the population at risk.
Thank you, and thank you for presenting this afternoon. Okay, so we'll move on to our next presenter. Thank you, Bernard. Our next presenter is Mr. Msibi. Mr. Msibi is affiliated with the discipline of Public Health Medicine at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and he will be presenting his abstract titled Work and Work Exposures in Sugarcane Farming in Eswatini. Mr. Msibi, you can share your slides and start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm trying to share. Please allow me to share. It says someone else is sharing.
Bernard, I think you may still be
Okay.
sharing. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can you please put it onto slideshow?
Okay.
Because it's still in PowerPoint.
Yes.
Perfect. Thanks so much. You can begin.
Okay. Thank you very much. And greetings to everyone. Good morning and good afternoon. Spusiso Msibi. Should I turn on my video? Okay. Yes, I'm Spusiso Msibi with the University of UKZN. I'll be presenting this paper on work. It's titled Work and Work Exposures in Sugarcane Farming in Eswatini. And this paper is authored by myself as the first author, and then collaborators, my supervisors, Prof. Saloshni and Prof. Rajan, and there is Prof. Christina from Gothenburg. There is Jason Glazer from the Isla Network and Bethany Skinner from the University of Birmingham. So in introduction, so what has informed this research is that there is very limited information that is existing in the sub-Saharan Africa, while other regions like the Central America and Asia have done quite significant work when it comes to investigating or studying the issue of work environment, its stress and health in the sugarcane industry. So this study that I'm presenting here sought to describe work practices and exposures in smallholder cooperative sugarcane farming workers in Eswatini, where there is a high likelihood of informal work arrangements. There is also the utilization of subcontractors, which are like small companies, and also exists the issue of unclear occupational safety and health responsibilities, where you find that it's not clear as to who is responsible between the employer, being the smallholder cooperative sugarcane farms or associations, as well as the subcontractors. The study population were subcontracted sugarcane cutters who are engaged on an annual basis for a period starting around May up to November to December, as well as pesticide applicators. Pesticide applicators can be those who are permanently employed or they are engaged for a period of about 8 months, that is May up to December annually. And the sample were 267 sugarcane cutters and 125 pesticide applicators. And of interest in this research were levels of ambient heat for us to have an appreciation of the risk of heat stress. And we also looked at workload, where we used different approaches. Those approaches included using distance of the sugarcane that each worker cut. We also used expertise, where one of the researchers used their experience to qualitatively classify the workload. And then we also asked the workers to estimate the number of physically demanding work days that they spend each week. And then we also looked at pesticide exposure. And pesticide exposure that we reported on was mostly on the pesticide applicators. I've already mentioned maybe on the methods. So on data collection, we did the data collection at mid-harvest. Specifically, this was in September 2022. And then we used field observations where we were observing while the workers were doing their work, be it the pesticide application or the sugarcane cutting. And the observations were also done before the actual data collection, where we were trying to understand the work arrangements. Then we did during this same days, measurements of the wet bulb block temperature. And then we also did an assessment of heat strain, where we only did it on the pesticide applicators using polar heart rate monitors. And then for all the two groups of workers, the pesticide applicators and sugarcane cutters, we administered questionnaires. I had already mentioned that we used individual outputs. We estimated individual work output, which we defined as the length of the row of cane cuts over the workday. And this was more specific for the sugarcane cutters. We also did quick exposure check. We actually used a technique. This is a technique of using the quick exposure check, where we had a group of observers who were observing the cane cutters while they were working, as well as the pesticide applicators while they were working. And then pesticide handling practices were described also in this paper, focusing on personal protection safety practices. And then heart rate was assessed, as well as estimated core temperature was assessed in the 20 pesticide applicators. These 20 pesticide applicators, where we assessed the heart rate and the estimated core temperatures, were groups of 3, so which were in 3 locations. So we did this assessment in 3 days. Now on the results, sugarcane sites generally had no provision for rest in the shade for all the types of workers. And then a majority of the workers were not provided with drinking water, and thus they used their own containers, which they brought to work, or others used the irrigation system, the pipes in the sugarcane fields. And then we observed that the water intake, the average water intake was low at about 1.4 liters. And then a majority of the workers described their work as physically demanding. For workers with a high workload, now on understanding the risk of heat stress, workers with a high workload, specifically the cane cutters, we observed that the daily average maximum WBGT of 28.6 that we observed was above the NIOSH recommended exposure limit of 26 degrees Celsius. And then we also observed that the workload for sugarcane cutters was heavy, although there was an indication that for some of the sugarcane cutters, it could have been maybe very heavy, but because of some challenges or limitations on the data, we ended up having two workload classifications in our research. So which is heavy workload for cane cutters and moderate workload for the pesticide applicators. A minority of the pesticide applicators did have access to proper personal protective equipment, such as air respirators. So the 5% were reporting in reverse, which is showing that only 5% did not, or actually they had, it was a minority that had the equipment, that is 5%, having respirators, chemical gloves, only 18%, and then chemical overalls, 22%. And these also contributed, the type of protective clothing they used hindered heat dissipation, and thus we said maybe there could be a risk in with regards to heat stress. I think that was also covered in the presentation by Prof. Vidhya. And so this is a picture. These are pictures from the fields while the workers were working. So here we can see some of the sugarcane cutters, they're just bare open, so exposed to the sun. And then on C, we can see a worker, one of the sugarcane workers, using a pesticide container, drinking their maize drink. And next to him, we can see other containers for his colleagues. And then the type of equipment that the workers use, a typical one is what we are seeing in D. Now, this is showing, this is a composite presentation of the WBGT measurements. So we can see that there was an upward trend from the early hours starting around 6 a.m. when we started in all the days of data collection. There was an upward trend stabilizing from around 8 a.m. And then on these, the lines are actually showing the WBGT monitoring for 9 days. On 4 of these 9 days, the maximum WBGT was above the 25 degrees Celsius of the NIOSH recommended exposure limit for very heavy workload. And similarly, on 4 days of these 9, the maximum WBGT surpassed 26 degrees limit for heavy workload, indicating the need for regulated hourly rest periods. Now, I had mentioned that we did some estimated core temperature assessments, as well as where we used the heart rate monitoring. We also did the workload, which also gave us the workload intensity results. So on this, we got that throughout the shifts for these 20 applicators, the workers were stopping to refill their spraying containers as a group, with their workload intensity rising and falling across the day. The average percentage heart rate, maximum heart rate was 58 for the applicators, with 9% of the work shift spent working at or above a hard intensity, and 19% was spent at a light intensity. On average, the maximum estimated core temperature for the applicators during their work shift was 37.9. And then a proportion of the work shift spent at an estimated core temperature above 38 was about 11%. And then 9 of the 20 applicators exceeded an estimated core temperature of 38 degrees Celsius during their shift. Then 1 applicator exceeded the 38 degrees for about 77% of their shift. Now, I think this one, because of time, I'll just show. Otherwise, I'd already hinted on the that there was absence on quite a number of the workers in terms of the proper pesticide protection equipment. Now on recommendations, sugarcane cutters were exposed to high ambient heat stress, often exceeding the recommended exposure limits as per the NIOSH guidelines for heavy work, and without access to regulated rest, shade, hydration, and sanitation. Pesticide applicators had a moderate workload and generally terminated their work before the hottest hours of the day. And personal protection equipment provided by employers was limited and did not give full chemical protection. And it also contributed to a significant amount to heat stress. And then now, minimizing potential health risks due to heat stress and workload for manual sugarcane workers may require the following for this particular area: the implementation of work schedules with regulated rest periods in shade, continuous access to clean water in the fields, and introduction of the concept of acclimatization to promote workers' gradual adaptation to working in hot environments. And then when lightweight and loose-fitting clothes is not possible, for instance, in the case of the pesticide application, the extra heat stress induced by the PPE has to be taken into account. For the pesticide applicators, examples of low technology interventions to reduce exposure should include provision of regularly scheduled training sessions on best spraying techniques, access to PPE and training on the use of the PPE and the maintenance, encourage experienced applicators to mentor those that are not experienced, and recognizing and rewarding proper PPE use. And also, daily risk assessment of heat stress risks and awareness of heat strain symptoms by workers and field supervisors should be prioritized. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sibusiso. That was such a lovely presentation, and once again highlighting the risks in these workers exposed to pesticides and heat stress as well. I'm just going to see if there's any questions in the chat. Okay, so the chat doesn't seem to have anything. Q&A. No questions for you. If you want to say any concluding comments, Mr. MCB, Sibusiso.
All right. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you have any final comments?
Okay. Yes. My concluding comments would be that this study or this paper is actually part of a larger project. So this was just the starting point. So what will be coming next will now be to try and assess potential associations maybe between the temperature and then the risk or renal function. So because on the data collection, we're also collecting blood and urine. We also get at symptoms. So now we are going to be using these to try and see any associations among these workers. Although maybe on the side of limitations, it was maybe how the data was collected. Like I said, the WBTT, for instance, it was like kind of once off on the different 9 collections. So maybe, but it was a great learning curve where now one can actually know where maybe an improved version of a similar study can be done. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So we've come to the end of our program, and we'd like to say thank you to every single attendant that has stayed online with us from the morning. Just want to briefly mention some information about tomorrow morning. So you will be using the exact same link that you received for today. So the same link will be active. Please log on at 10 a.m., not 9 a.m. So the original email that went out was incorrect. Tomorrow's symposium will begin at 10 a.m. and follow through similar to today. Secondly, there will be another link sent out tomorrow morning for CPD for tomorrow morning session. So we have accredited for HPCSA and also for SIO. We unfortunately have not obtained a CPD accreditation from SANG, but fill in the register anyway, and we will try our best to see how we can get accreditation for you or issue attended certificates. So thank you. I don't know if there's any other comments from Prof. Raja Naidu.
No, there's nothing else from me. I'd just like to say thank you to all the participants. I see most of our facilitators have left because it's been a long day for them, but thanks to everybody. I'd also just like to say I omitted a very important point this morning. I'd like to say a very big thank you to the team from my discipline in occupational and environmental health for pulling together this two-day symposium. So a big thanks to Dr. Kasim, Dr. Nagur Sami, Dr. Hariprasad, and the other team members for working to put this program together. Thanks very much to all of you. And looking forward to engaging with the rest of you tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Prof, please end it. You, the host.